Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbidian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we're doing another episode, perhaps the ultimate, if not penultimate episode of 2D20 DUNE, Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris, as the agents and architects of House Beleza have made their arrangements, arrayed themselves in their over a rather large decision that could decide the fate of the entire system. So, you know, no pressure or anything is what I'm getting at. So, we will sweep over Eve. First, yes. Into the skies over Silvanus. Yes, this is where you're at, actually. But all these people back. Of the forces of Arconis, Valorian, Avolis, and Beleza beginning to array themselves over the skies in the high orbit of Silvanus. Question is, Erica, would you actually, yeah, no, it'd be the app thing would be all of you would be in your separate command ships. You're commanding from the fleets in any regard, unless you're on back at your fortress and having your general Colonel Nightshade up at the. Because I know she's up there for sure.
Her and everyone important were supposed to come on the battleship.
You get communiques from the other fleets that they have begun moving themselves into position. And you get a confirmation from your own forces to the same. This is probably the largest fleet that has ever been assembled in recent memory. For thousands upon thousands of years, never has the Silvanus army had to move this en masse before. And as far as the rest of the Imperium's concerned, they wouldn't know about it. I mean, there may be some people who will learn about this in a few hours, but by the time anyone knows anything that's wrong, they won't know about it till later. And even then, they need Duke Valerian to report something, and he has nothing to report yet because he's dealing, as far as he's concerned, he reports it with the same level of thoroughness that you would report an incident on Salutaris. Like, it's a Salutaris problem. I'm solving it with Salutaris resources. So similarly, Valorian's kind of covering this under the umbrella of, for now, it's just a Silvanus problem rather than a Imperium problem. Or an Akaz problem, because frankly, the Archduchess of Akaz does not have the time to be messing about. Or what she may think is a provincial matter, though it certainly. You see your various family on your ship, you see your colonel reports that your forces, such as they are prepared. It does seem that also the atomics have been loaded. They will be armed. They aren't armed presently, but the mechanism to arm them is readily available to you because that's a power of the false Grafen and the Grafen, the Gallia. Well, the Gallia, Grafen Franca and the false Grafen Erica. So the two of you would have the big final keys to actually arm them and fire them.
We are waiting on Johanna to either return or not return.
We hear Sebastiano does come over and in a low voice asks, Erica, what rather he wouldn't say Erica, false Grafen Beleza, exactly are we doing up here?
There is a reasonable chance that there is a Cymec deep within the woods, and it threatens all of us. We are waiting to find out the truth of it, but if the truth should be that it is, I will not have time to hesitate. We will have to act quickly.
Radio communique from the Arconis fleet. Duke Arconis calls out someone on the bridge.
The false Griffin will go check it out.
The radio operator holds up a pair of earphones to put over your ears so it doesn't just blast the entire bridge. But you can just yank out the aux cord and just have it broadcast into the room. They just presume you want to hear it yourself.
Yeah. This is false Griffin Beleza. Transmit.
This is Theron Arconis. I have my keys in hand, false Grafen. Gonna wait on you, but I'm going to get settled into my launch bay and be ready to turn the key when needed. Any word yet from your agent?
No word yet. We'll soon start a countdown so that should they be lost, we can take presumptive measures.
Right. Oh, and the Duke Valorian has informed me that he is in constant communique with Malvolus. He's using me as the trigger, while I'm using you as the trigger. So we'll chain off of you the plan, unless you'd like to reorganize differently.
This is where I, as a player, have forgotten whether it's Arconis or Valorian who are the ones who are basically watching Malvolus to shoot him if he arms the nukes too early.
Technically, it's both of them, but Valorian is a more adept at battle than Arconis is. Arconis is a house of diplomats and envoys. Not really.
Okay.
He has a fleet because it's a thing nobles have.
Then Erica will transmit back. Understood. We will rely on both of you to ensure all appropriate steps are taken.
Message received, Falsgrafen, and will be transmitted further. No further transmission.
Eric will hand the headset back to the radio operator.
Takes it and hangs it up and nods that and turns some dials to confirm that yeah, they're not transmitting it. Or not transmitting it.
I will spend 2 to organize some orbital transports. And I want to have the condemned on standby. So that there's someone to go retrieve or help Johanna in the case that nukes might not be the answer.
Condemned. What's their rating for?
4, yeah.
And give me 2 to create the to have a space transport.
Yeah.
Or transports. And be at least 1, because you're a spacefaring house, as it were. You're a space house as opposed to a planet house. Your child looks to you and looks around at, like, there may have been drills you've done, but, you know, the Canlee battles of before did not involve this much hardware and this much personnel deployed. And historically, even in the minor conflicts of Silvanus, the fleets rarely have massed like this. Because usually any problem that the system runs into, any one house of Silvanus could easily deal with. You know, if someone tried to pull piracy nonsense, it's like, yes, there are 4 noble houses here, each with their own army. So this is not a place to rob. So the fact that there's this many people and you hear the chatter of the radio guys communicating because your guys are talking to the Valorian fleet, the Arconis fleet, the Malvolus fleet, and then coordinating among themselves. Whereas you're kind of in an upper dais, kind of able to see this massive operation going on in front of you. And your child's just kind of awestruck by how much is going on here.
In the time between flurries of activity, I'll point out the different ships and their different types and what they're for, and the different officers on the bridge and what they do. A mini lesson, I guess.
Any final motions you wish to do before we zoom down to the deepest deep?
No, if Erica might have a speech in her, but that would be more appropriate for the time when we actually have to use the nukes.
Ritter Marshal Mil Moonshadow and Silvanus Johanna Murshid. The two of you have arrived in the inner sanctum, well ahead of those who were trying to race you here. Thankfully, due to efforts back in the small town you had raced away from, you have delayed any current conflict. Meanwhile, the Wind Whispers have engaged with various other forces who are trying to force their way through the woods. So they're fighting the forest and Sylvani tribesmen.
Nice. And we asked the clan mother Moonshadow to call the clan mothers to the meeting place when, I mean, I don't know if they wouldn't be, if they'd be here yet or not, but that's happening too. Apparently they are here.
Some are here. Not all the tribes were able to get
Right.
here, but some of the tribes does. Oh. Oops, wrong list. Oh, I know where they are. Oh, it's been. But Moonshadow, Wind Whisper, Sapweaver, various houses that you you are
Right.
rather familiar with, because they're the ones that are closest to the deepest deep. There are ones further away and ones that
Right.
technically operate not in the wood, but they operate in the cities. They'd have to sending their people takes time.
Yeah.
They literally would have to get an ornithopter to fly over. Then they have to go to ground and walk in. So you're way ahead of a large portion of the grandmothers, but a variety are there. They all look concerned. They all give a pointed glance at Mil Moonshadow because she is not a clan mother, and they look at you with a unspoken question in their eyes.
Mill will shift uncomfortably. I feel like I'm trespassing.
Ritter Marshal Mil Moonshadow is here at my behest. I say. So, GM, knowing that this is the way to Silvanus, this is kind of the Reverend Mother's grove.
Mm-hmm.
So, do I think we should do the tea ceremony here and then I should proceed here, or should Mill and I both go and do everything in the presence of Silvanus?
Give me an understanding roll, difficulty 2, because this is unfamiliar territory.
That is fair. Understanding, truth.
Yep.
Okay. Deductive reasoning.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will give you a threat for a third die. This is probably not something I really want to mess up, so I will give you 3 threat for 4 dice. I don't think other memory kicks in. Okay. Focus. I made it. There's a comp. So I'll give you 2 more threat to buy off that comp.
Okay.
And it looks like we gain 1.
You understand that the test of humanity needs to happen in its presence, because you need to be as connected as possible, as close to the heart, if you will, as possible. But you also realize that part of the reason you can face with Silvanus is that you are mentally and arguably spiritually prepared for it. It is an overwhelming experience that can strike the mind dumb. So there may, if you believe Moonshadow can withstand that, just on her own raw mentality, then you wouldn't need to necessarily induct her as a sort of temporary clan mother or something like that, like prepare her somehow. But if you don't, and she may kind of lose herself when she's in there. That's something that's part of why a Reverend Mother is one of the few people that can, like, even the other clan mothers might struggle to go in there with their training. But the tea ceremony you need to do has to happen ideally.
Has to happen, but in front of Silvanus.
Yeah. Because right now, think of it this way: you're on the sternum of Silvanus. When you step in, you will be past the sternum into the heart.
Okay. So I need to prepare Mill. So take a momentum for a question, and hyper awareness will kick in.
Okay.
As will the imbiber of the royal blue tea. Okay. Knowing Mill as I do, what is the best way to prepare her? Or, well, let's start more simply. Do I think Mill as she is can withstand the experience of Silvanus itself?
Normally I'd say there's a check involved, but you have hyper awareness and you've been around Moonshadow enough to kind of get these little tells off.
Right.
This would be and Mill can tell you this via the meta sense, but you're learning it through your own senses, sort of thing.
Right.
So Mill, you tell me how well you could pass a discipline difficulty 5 test.
Oof. That would be very challenging.
Okay, so
So yeah, my discipline is not horrible, but it's not amazing either. From your experience dealing with Mill, she's better in a fight and better at being intuitive than she is at being disciplined.
Okay. So, question 2, what do I need to do to prepare Mill?
Well, ideally you'd make her go through stuff like the Pranabindu and years of training and meditation and stuff like that. So you either would need to lead her through an imbibing of Royal Moon tea, so you can kind of chemically force her body to calm and be in tune. You could, if you had certain drugs on you in a more Ikazian sense, you could literally just dope her up so it's hard for her to get riled up. She might be not incredibly lucid, but she wouldn't be overwhelmed at least. And lastly, you could try to lead her through a meditative trance through voice, and kind of voice her into withstanding it, which you're not sure how well that'll work long term. That'll help if she zones out on you. Like, that's something you can do. You can voice her into as a sort of grabbing her before she falls into the abyss sort of thing. It's not something because otherwise you'd be constantly using voice talking to her to keep her around.
Right.
Which you can't do that long term because you wouldn't be able to do anything else but voice at her.
So, okay, could we, if I did some sort of because we're going to have to do 2 tea ceremonies to me, it sounds like do a tea ceremony here to get her more kind of attuned and calmed to the Silvanus thing. Could I combine that with a voice-guided meditation? So, basically, the way I'm kind of thinking about this is using the voice as gently as the voice can be used to kind of, in a guided meditation sense, to, kind of Mil's spirit and mind into the kind of paths she's going to need to walk in when we do this?
Does it cost anything to use your voice?
Threat.
You'd have to do that because you're using this at all. And do you
Right.
have Royal Blue Moon tea as an asset?
Yes. Quality 3.
So that would be what you would between those two. That's how you do it. Pardon me. Sorry. I would say this is a difficulty 3 task to present that advantage.
Okay. So I'll prepare a little rustic tea ceremony for Mill and I here in the middle of things. All right, Mill, you're going to see something that very few have ever seen, and most of those few have been Reverend Mothers. So, together we must prepare your mind and your spirit for what you're going to encounter. It has been more than 10,000 years since the Silvanus' kind were present at large in the galaxy. But if I'm right, it is just a different kind of human than you or I. So, I will attempt to guide you into a way of thinking and being that will allow you to encounter Silvanus without suffering ill effect or the potential ill effects, if you're willing. If not, I can try to do the tea ceremony that your clan mother advised here and go forth alone, but in the way of such tests, it is best all to be done before the subject. But it is up to you.
I'll trust you on this.
Very well. So yes, we begin with tea.
I will require an understand roll, difficulty 3.
Okay.
As a note, Moonshadow can help with discipline because this is helping you center yourself a bit, so you're kind of how well you take to it may help. Because you probably don't do blue. You probably don't do Royal Moon, Blue Moon tea imbibing, except in social occasions. You don't use it in the sacred sense that clan mothers.
Correct. I
warriors.
don't have that talent.
Yeah. Yeah, you might have it on the holidays and stuff, but you don't do like the super serious tea ceremony. It's like, okay.
So I'm going to pitch truth, because all of this is in aid of my truth statement, ultimately.
And you want me to assist with the discipline skill?
Yep. I will take truth, yes. Reason to pick on you?
I'll go with duty on this one.
Duty. It's de rigueur now.
Okay, hopefully that worked. Nope.
Did.
Break. Is it possible? I don't know if it is possible to roll an assist on, or to like use up determination on an assistance.
I'll look that
Well,
up.
let's see what I can do in the meantime. How strong of a voice do I think I need to use here? Like in my head, it was going to be like a one threat voice for one automatic success, because I'm not really, in my mind, this is not really forcing her into these ways of thought, but just kind of almost like using the voice to kind of, gently turn her to face the direction she needs to be turned in if it were on a physical thing?
For now, it'll just be one threat, but if you get a comp, a succeed at cost is to, you would spend more threat because you have to kind of force her. Right now, she's
Okay.
already at a complication, which, by the way, I looked up determination can't be used for assists, it's used for tasks, so if you want to
Okay.
avoid a comp, have to spend 2 threat to...
Okay.
Means
Fair.
Moonshadow's not
Okay.
responding very well to this whole experience.
Okay, so this is diff 3 base, you say?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to start with just spending the 1 threat for voice, so go ahead and take that. And then... 3. Yeah, I'm going to have to give you 6. I'm going to do a full mit here.
Okay.
Let's just understand, would deductive reasoning apply? The argument being that I'm kind of having to use that to determine how to kind of phrase things and guide Mill from her own frame of reference.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, comp, 5, 6, 7, plus 1 more, 8 hits total.
Generate 5. Good golly. 2 comps sitting out there.
I say we spend 4 to quash. I'm going to spend 2 to quash mine anyway.
I agree with that, actually.
I mean,
I think it's a good plan. Let's do it.
he'll come for us later, but I'm trying to afford some determination.
You go through the ceremony and you guide by the voice. Where for Johanna, this is something that's rather rote and mundane compared to the challenges of Wallach 9.
Mhm.
You've gone through worse. You've faced death, drunk the water of life. This sort of preparation is something you do for Noviots, which you're kind of doing ad hoc in the Silvani way for an uninitiated outsider. So
Right.
but even then, it's pretty easy for you. It's pretty simple because you have to keep it simple. Because Mill can't print a Bindu, can't purify poisons on her own, so you kind of need to be careful. Mill Moonshine, unfortunately, you just have a terrible time the whole time. It's a lot of being talked through it, and there's a certain gravity that you're coming to face with something so much larger than you. Usually your clan mother's the one that does stuff like this. This is not something you do. This is not a thing you can marshal or command. Can't send your troops after it. You can't call a panic button, and that's just so wholly unfamiliar that you probably would struggle to even walk with Johanna in there if it wasn't for this ceremony. Like, this is thoroughly unpleasant.
Yeah.
You're being asked to dive in the middle of the Pacific, and you're said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Don't mind the crush depth." It's like, you sure? No, really, it's okay. You know.
Yeah. That's honestly about where I'd expect Mel to be
Yeah,
on
fair.
this.
So do we now have the trait like prepared for Silvanus on Mill?
Yep.
I'm going to spend 2 of the. Oh, actually, we get bonus momentum because this is a T thing, and the T is quality 3. So
Definitely have.
yeah. So yeah, I'm going to spend 2 of those to make that prepared for Silvanus 2 trait. So
Okay.
boost the trait up another. Let's see, what other advantages do we need to have? I'd like to put another advantage on Mill. Let's call it because she's already been through one tea ceremony here, and that's going to be at the core of what we're doing. So I'm going to put another trait on her of familiar with the ceremony. So that when we get to the actual place to do the actual thing, that will also help armor her against being overwhelmed, because she's already familiar with the kind of steps we're going to take with the tea ceremony itself and all that good stuff.
That works.
And can you think of anything else? We've got 4 momentum, so we could potentially create 2 more traits.
I'm not sure if Johanna would discuss what she plans, but if she does, it could be worth making a trade of like robust planning or something like that.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and I will explain in detail what we're going to do once we reach there, which is the tea ceremony will almost exactly mirror the exchange of tea in the tribal marriage ceremony, which I would assume Mill would already be familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I will, as part of that, using the tea, transform Mill's DNA using the Pranabindu condition to activate it as the bioweapon. And then looking at his notes. And then I will become both the box and the Gom Jabbar. And this very well may kill me, so you may have to go back and I don't know why I'm not doing this in character. So the process of letting the, for lack of a better word, poison flow through me and into Silvanus and in the worst case scenario, the planet, it will be an agony that could probably only be compared to the agony of becoming a Reverend Mother, and perhaps worse. It will potentially kill me, but in any event, it will leave me changed. In what ways, I can't even guess at. But you must not interfere with this process. No matter the level of pain that I appear to be in, the process must go for long enough that we may be sure that the entity we are dealing with is human. However, at the same time, you must act as a watchman against myself becoming lost in the pain and in the ceremony. Or sometimes a Reverend Mother can get lost in the proof and drag out the ceremony too long. It is a fine line, I know. But Silvanus must feel pain and not turn from it as an animal would, but endure it as a human can, beyond what one even would think to be endurable, in order to show its humanity. Oh, these people.
I will do my best.
Why do you bar the way? As you notice, the clan mothers leave their positions that they normally stay. They never usually leave the
Right.
forest lines. But you notice Wind Whisperer and Stonecarver kind of nod to other clan mothers, and they form a line blocking the way to Silvanus. Moonshadow and another clan mother kind of walk up and just look utterly shocked that they moved. And there's this sort of hesitant, like, should we grab them? Should we do something? but this is a sacred place. We're not supposed to be fighting here, sort of. And this is definitely not our territory. This is hers. So there's
Right.
Moonshadow looks angry. Like the other Clanmother's trying to be like looks a little startled. Moonshadow looks angry, whereas Stonecarver and Wind Whisper are glaring past her at Johanna.
So Johanna will smoothly get to her feet and walk forward. What are your concerns, clan mothers?
The bioweapon's real? The bioweapon is real. You would endanger this entire planet, everyone on it. And for what? I'm endangering nothing. You shut up, we're not talking to you. Now wait a minute. That is no way. And then they start bickering for a while, forgetting you at the moment, because now there's a clear line where Stonecarver and Wind Whisper don't seem to like Moonshadow much, and Moonshadow doesn't like them very much. So it turns into a bit of an argument.
In a tone of absolute, this is my space, Reverend Mother of the Bene Gesserit, clan mother with no clan, effect, go, enough!
I will need you to give me a communicate. Difficulty of 2. Your clan mother no clan makes this possible, honestly. You normally wouldn't be allowed to address them.
Right.
You have authority here, so.
Right. So what about a Reverend Mother of the Bene Gesserit as a trait?
I'm gonna say no. They're conflicted, so it doesn't turn it. It almost turns into a complication, or it almost turns into a difficulty decrease. But it's kind of Stonecarver and Wind Whisper both respond to you differently. One happens to like you a lot, the other one doesn't.
Fair. So you said communicate. I'm going to go with duty, because I'm trying to carry out the duty of a Reverend Mother as I understand it, and my duty also to the Empire and to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. This is not one of my best roles. Don't really want to do my determination here just yet. You said diff 2, so I'm going to give you 2 momentum and 1 threat for 3. No, for 4. I can add.
Mm-hmm.
And I gain 1 back.
You call out. It takes you having to repeat yourself a couple of times, which is unusual for you. Eventually it peters out to them just saying, flinging a couple of insults at each other, which, these clan mothers suddenly seem 20 years younger. Right. Of how vindictive and I'll say to Mill Moonshot, there's probably a little mystique breaking here. It's like these are supposed to be like very sacred, very stately grandma type people, and now they're all bickering among each other. And there's an obvious look among them when they look to Johanna of like, oh, whoops. The school marm's here. We probably should stop. Well, you suck. No, right. You suck. You're dumb. Enough. Jeez, stop.
Each of you is aware of the history of humanity. Each of you is aware of the strictures laid down in the Great Compact and in the Orange Catholic Bible. Thou shalt not make a machine in the form of a man. I, for one, do not believe that Silvanus is such a machine. I believe Silvanus is human. At its core, at its fundamental best, everything it has done has been to preserve and protect humanity here in Silvanus, in this forest, in this system. But with the calamity that barrels towards us in just a few short years, the great cataclysm and upheaval that will sweep over this system as it will every other system of the 1,000 worlds, we must be sure that we are entrusting the fate of the system and ourselves to something human, not something that is a machine, the same type of machines that brought down was that the First Empire? I don't know, that brought down human history nearly to our extinction. Above us, in orbit, the fleets of the great lords of this system have already gathered and are being positioned to rain down atomic fire on this world. The only chance that we survive, that this wood survives, that this planet survives, is that Silvanus prove itself to be human, and that word be brought back to those above. This is why we are here. This is the calling of the Bene Gesserit and of the Reverend Mother. You will not bar my way.
Wind Whisperer looks over at Stonecarver. Stonecarver looks at Wind Whisperer. The ones that are with him kind of back off. They don't seem... They were kind of following their lead. Back off pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that they move back, Stonecarver and Wind Whisperer kind of back up and close ranks a little more. As best they can. Clemother Moonshadow kind of looks over her shoulder at Mill. Do you have your martial tools, young Mill?
I do. I would rather not use them here, of all places.
He looks over at the clan mothers. We are sworn not to commit violence in this place. By the will of Silvanus, if I have to ask one of the children of my clan to make you move... She just glares at them.
And mothers, Joanna approaches closely. This must be done. There is no other alternative. For 10,000 years, Silvanus has shepherded this world, and as I said, I believe I know his heart, and that heart is human. But it must be proven to the satisfaction of the Bene Gesserit, of the Orange Catholic Bible, of the Imperium, and to anyone else who may doubt. For this, I am prepared even now to lay down my life in the giving of the test, and for the giving of the test.
Wind Whisperer speaks up and says, we have heard you have brought battle into the woods. You and the house you serve array death over us. Silvanus knows your heart. And if you deceive us here, Silvanus will see through you, rip you apart. Not you, I'm terribly worried about. Stonecarver looks at Wind Whisperer confused, like, I thought that was what this was about, sort of look.
Then what are we doing here?
Wind Whisperer just gives a hand wave of, just give me a second. You get the feeling Stonecarver really doesn't like you. You're not even sure why at the moment. You'd have to think about it. But you've never met a Stonecarver other than at the last meeting, so who knows? Wind Whisperer looks at you and says, however, Erica Beleza does not accept the will of Silvanus. It's a lord, all the others, attached to that Bible of yours. How do we know she will stay her hand? No matter what you say. What if this is all to wipe out her rivals and grab for power, as she has been trying to do for the tribes for months?
He will honor her word because she has given it to me, to the other lords, and to the most sacred of her oaths. Erica Beleza may be many things, but she is a woman of justice and honor, and her word, once given, is not gainsaid.
Give me another communicate. Difficulty of 2.
That's truth. That's 100% truth.
Yeah.
I've had enough arguments with her to know.
Heck, you're calling out one of her traits that she's known for. It's like, I'm not making
Yeah,
stuff up.
exactly.
She's known as being a just person.
Right.
She built a damn statue of the damn thing at her outside her house.
Oh, can I use that as a trait? The fucking statue, ladies. I don't know why I did this big gesture toward an invisible statue and nobody can see me, but there it was. You said diff 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll give you momentum for 3 dice. Ugh. Hope this works. And neurolinguistics.
Yep.
Yay!
There you go, generate 2. Wind Whisper stares at you for a beat. Stonecarver watches Wind Whisper's face.
I just stay open and, my face being like, all I have done is tell the truth. It is up to you to pick it up.
Wind Whisper taps at Stonecarver's elbow, and you notice that she seemed to have her hands inside her robes, and she reveals her hands. Starts walking away. By the will of Silvanus, go in peace.
And you, Clan Mother. I turn. Mill, you know what we intend. You know what is at stake. But the ultimate choice is yours. And I kind of hold out my hand into the, towards Mill.
Let's do this.
Right. And then we move into the deepest of the deepest deep of the deep.
Back. Oops, wrong board. This one. Erica.
Yep.
You, as you're waiting and watching, I would ask you for a battle or understand roll, difficulty 2, as you're observing what's going on, all the communications, and just getting a feel for a view of what's happening around you. But I will say you do get this funny feeling that something's off. It's just that feeling, you've gotten this feeling back on a Kaz before, something's off. You're not sure what it is at the moment.
All right. I'm gonna use the asset Retainer War Master for momentum.
Yep.
Make this a duty because it's my responsibility to shepherd the fleet.
Yep.
I'm gonna spend 2. Spend 1, I guess, actually. Focus and strategy.
Yep.
Why did it not roll 3 dice? Sorry. Here we go.
Oh, there you go. Goodness. Maybe,
She's quality 3.
quality 3, so 1, 2, 3. You're noticing there's a lot of attention being paid to the Malvola's fleet, and even the orbital from the defunct orbital and the moon Agrestis. You know, because maybe they don't fire the nuke from their ships, they'll fire it from their moon. So there's a lot of attention being paid that way, and you have as you're listening to everything going on, and you're kind of talking through your child and what's going on. You do hear one person who's basically policing all other general flight, because basically you basically have secure military aerospace now. It's like, no, if you're flying near us, get away from us, or you will be shot at, or you will be detained. Like, you can't come near this fleet just because of how the important people that are aboard. So, but you overhear that side of the table as there seems to be a significant amount of orbitals leaving the Highliner that are approaching Silvanus, but they have to go around you because you're so big. Which, you know, Highliners having orbitals coming and going isn't weird. That happens all the time. But the frequency and the timing is off. This feels like someone moving a lot of troops without saying they're moving a lot of troops. Like, if you were going to move troops around a massive fleet, that's how you'd move it in orbitals and try to space them out. Like, right now, they're spaced out just enough that it's not triggering a strategic alert from anybody, but you've caught it. You're used to Canley nonsense, so you're catching that something called.
All right. That our fleet stance means that most of the smaller vessels, the destroyers and stuff, are already space. Like, you've got the planet, you've got your heavy warships all with their nukes ready to go, and then the destroyers were not between us and the planet, they're between us and the space. So they are the small fast ships are in an optimal position to handle this.
That sounds accurate to me, yeah.
All right.
Anything you want to do with these spare
Well,
momentum?
that was it. Oh, I was spending to create that advantage.
Oh, okay,
2
yeah,
of
sure.
those, yeah. And then 1 off the table and 1 from the pool. That the destroyers, at least those in directly in service to Beleza, we have a Eric has been shepherding a kind of ambitious and competent commander for a couple of years now, from the Conley and now pulled into the main fleet, so that there's a good commander in command of them as a group.
Okay.
And so then Erica will activate her command radio and transmit directly to the commander of the destroyer detachments and say, all destroyer squadrons except Squadron 3 are to intercept incoming traffic to the planet and observe, scan, and board if necessary to determine their purpose. Only non-military craft are allowed to continue.
Give me a battle roll difficulty of 1. Pretty straightforward order. It's fairly common order for a destroyer to be told if they're securing airspace. You're just like, well, this space wasn't secured. Well, Lord so-and-so says it's controlled, so turn around. This space doesn't belong to the public. It belongs to the nobility. You say when you can somewhere. When you can't.
Using power because I, as the theoretical steward, have some authority over this, and I'll spend 1 off the table to focus in strategy.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. +1 bonus. They do when they make their order. You notice that one of the orbitals stops and prepares to be boarded, and it gets boarded and such. And then
Hey, Pete.
three. I needed 2. One. One of them full burns and starts diving past the destroyers toward the planet.
Erica orders the main fleet to open fire with non-atomics.
Give me a battle roll. The difficulty of this is opposed, as this thing is trying to evade and dodge its way down to the planet.
All right. Advantage destroyers that they had limited channels, which means that we don't have to. The battleships already kind of know the route they have to take.
I'll take that. Yeah.
And then I'll try to use the advantage. The destroyer, that good destroyer officer, that maybe some of the destroyers he left behind, because Erica ordered like one of the squadrons to be left behind, that he ensured that the most heavily armed ones were the ones that were left behind, because he didn't need those to go search ships.
Yeah.
Just so that we actually have a little bit more firepower than Erica assumed we'd have. To lower the diff again.
Okay.
So what does that bring me to?
You have 2 free hits so far.
But what was the diff?
It's opposed.
Oh, okay, sorry. Let's see. House Retainer War Master. I have someone who excels at leading troops in battle to ensure that the maximum amount of area is covered with shell fire.
Yep.
Like it's going to be hard to dodge fire from someone who knows how to manage many warships at once. But I think I want to keep her as momentum, just because, you know, a quality 0 and a quality 4 asset both give you the same amount of reduction in difficulty.
Right.
But one of them is much more useful to save for momentum. So we'll keep her for momentum. And I will spend three off the table for 2 more dice. Battle. Is battle justice because I gave a reasonable chance for no one to get hurt. That they have taken every opportunity and bypassed any safety. So there's no hesitation anymore because Erica's certain that these are bad actors.
Yep. If you had like compassionate or something like that, or merciful, I would have picked on you. But like, no, this is good old-fashioned thoughtful fetches justice. You flew past our ships. Sorry, you're gonna get shot at.
I count that as a total of 6 so far.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, so you 2 plus the bonus momentum.
3 from the War Master.
Yeah, those orbitals get lanced with fire and explode. Their orbitals, they're very thin-skinned, so they really didn't have a chance against a fleet of destroyers just firing a broadside at them.
2 to say that the War Master was pretty accurate in fire, so that that orbital did take most of the damage, and that any shells that missed land in obviously uninhabited places.
Like they made sure it fired either into an uninhabited or open space.
Yeah.
Yeah, easily done.
And another 1-in-1 that this happened from a perspective over a different continent, so that none of the people in the forest could mistake this as the launching of the nukes. Like, they don't even see it. It's on the far side of the planet right now.
Yeah. I'll take that, yeah.
What are the other 2 doing?
Well, let's try to keep going. Oh, that one managed. 6, I only 2.
So this sets up another opposed task.
And And the other one also slips by because this one subtly was moving forward, which allows this one to keep the initiative and try to keep going. Said, let's buy 2 extra dice. I just do it. Yeah, it flies back to you. As you know, as that destroyer was firing, the other one kind of slipped by the destroyers in a sort of blind spot, and then as the destroyers are trying to turn to address it, the other one uses that moment to blast by. They're still just approaching the planet. They just gotten to where that last ship got blown up. Now there's 2 of them heading toward Silvanus instead of just one. And the one that's up there, this one's boarded. There's just if anyone did resist, there's a fight happening there, and it's going to be lost quickly because they're facing condemned and Marines as opposed versus, you know.
So, do I need Inslee and Mill to take turns as someone other than Erica?
Yeah, because otherwise you basically need 2 extra turns to get those up.
Okay. Inslee, you want to grab Nightshade?
Sure.
How much does Nightshade cost to activate?
20.
5, I think, is the cost for. Yeah, 5. And she has the asset battleship, so that'll be important to this task. That just gives her extra talents.
Ah, okay. Or assets, right?
Yeah, extra assets. But you probably could bring in at least 2 of her personality traits.
Yeah. Okay, so she on board the destroyers or her battleship?
No, she's on board the battleship because she's with us.
Right. And what type of craft are these? They're not destroyers, they're smaller.
They're orbital transports, unarmored, unarmored and ungunned.
Okay. And you've ordered them destroyed.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's an opposed roll because you have very deft pilots trying to zoom down.
Okay. Destroyers are after them. Is the battleship itself in position to fire upon the orbital things, or just the destroyers?
The battleship would be. They have to get past your cordon to get down to the planet.
Okay. So yeah, I'm going to order the destroyers and the battleship to equivalent of creating a wall of metal in these things' path, and so basically, you know, from the destroyers are taking one angle of attack and the battleship is the other. We're creating a kill box between the 2 forces.
Your positioning, basically.
Do I have time to...
The technical term is enfilade fire.
Right. Do I have time to position, or do I need to fire from where I'm at to stop them from entering, getting down to the planet?
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Well, this would just be an advantage creation, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so we're just trying to create a trait that makes it harder for them to get down.
No, we're trying to beat them in a opposed roll.
Okay.
And to do that, you might come up with suggestions like you just did that justify creating an advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, if you were to create that advantage of trying to box them in and get ready to make the shot easier, perhaps to hit them both in one go, you would have to spend a determination to hang on to the turn. Because you have to make the advantage and then determination spend to get an extra action. I was trying to figure out how swift and extra turns worked, and the only way to get it is by determination.
Let me look at her. Okay, I think I can flip that. So yeah, let's do the position. I'll plan to spend determination to get the extra shot.
Okay, so first, to position yourself, I'd call it battle difficulty 2 is the base difficulty.
Going to do battle duty. I think I'll just give you one momentum for an extra die. Focus in tactics.
Yeah.
Huh?
You generate 1.
Gain 1. And then I'll spend my determination on my duty statement. I serve God and his servant Erica III.
Yeah.
If that doesn't, I was about to say, if that doesn't work, that says something awfully important about those transports.
Yeah, no. So you're able to keep the turn as you and the destroyers move into a better position to kind of box in the two orbitals as they're trying to zoom down.
All right, let's try and wipe them out.
All right, I'm buying a full mitt.
Okay. Let me mark down that AP. And then that's going to be battle. I'll keep it with duty, I guess. Yeah.
And I'll note that your the advantage of boxing them in is letting you attack both of them in one go.
Okay.
Making that.
Do they still have the use of the destroyers and the destroyer captain?
They are present. Yep. Because of that advantage, you've kind of brought them into the shootout. That used to be just the battleship shootout. Now it's both Nightshade and the destroyer shoot.
So if you bring in the destroyers, that good destroyer commander, the battleship, and probably, the personality traits of War Master and Ruthless, you're gonna
Bunch of extra momentum.
yeah.
So yeah, definitely. I mean, the destroyers are firing. The battleship is firing. Looks like the destroyers are quality 1, and the battleship, I think, is quality 1 as well. Yep. And then personality traits of War Master and Ruthless and Zealous.
I'll have Ruthless give you a free hit.
Okay. Where's my dice roller thingy? There it is. You bought a full mint. I will do the same with 2 momentum and 4 threat for 5 dice. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh.
You're
1,
still
2,
at 5
3,
successes.
5.
6 actually, I think. You rolled 2. War Master, Destroyer Captain, Destroyer, Battleship. So you're at 6.
I almost beat you.
Yep. Do we want to buy off that comp?
I think so.
Okay, so take 2.
Those two get destroyed. You
Sorry, go ahead.
you hear a flurry of activity from the other ships because this happened really quickly, and everyone else was more prepared to fire down. You do get a communique that Malvolus looks like he's getting ready to arm his atomics, and both Cronus and Valorian start repositioning themselves to fire at Malvolus, but they're waiting for you. There is an obvious half-beat moment of, we're about to fire. If you want us to stop, you need to tell us now, sort of thing. Also, I owe you a bunch of threat because of Malvolus. How much threat do I owe you?
Oh, to get him to turn against Erica?
To break his oath, yeah.
To break his oath would take 6 because it's twice the amount. Let me double check that quick because I think it's twice the amount that was spent and 3 were spent.
I believe that's correct, but double check for sure.
Yeah, I have it written down that I have him in a binding promise for 3, and it's double the cost. So that would cost 6 to get him to break that promise.
Now we're getting AP.
Does Erica think there's any time to talk to even have a single transmission to talk Malvolus down, or does Erica think if she risks giving him another chance that the planet's going to get nuked?
Give me an understanding. Difficulty of these 2. Might knock it. I'm going to knock it. It would be difficulty 2. I'm going to knock it down to 1 because you're impulsive and you understand that instinct that he might have. You get a feeling he's acting on an impulse. That's helping you understand his motivation.
Duty, because I now feel like I have a duty to the planet Agrestis as its overliege to not annihilate its house accidentally.
That's fair, yeah.
Focus in advanced technology. A pretty good understanding of nukes.
Yeah.
Take 1. Momentum, that is. I guess take 2 threat.
Whee. You have just enough time to you know that he will. There's arming time, and then there's aiming. There's arming time, positioning time, and aiming time. He's already positioned. That's what you guys were all doing. He's doing arming now. Some people, in some old texts, and a lot of nobles are taught this sometimes for atomics, if you're going to obliterate something, like you're just obliterating a planet, don't bother aiming, just hit the planet. Enough nukes hit a planet, everything's dead there anyway. But you know Malvolus is the sort of, he's an artillerist. He will not fire willy-nilly. He will fire for effect and nail things. So you do have 1 check to talk him down. Any other noble, he probably you would, if you fail this roll, you have enough time to order him to be shot. Any other noble, that would be a mistake. They'd be firing as you're talking to the thing. You know, Malvolus is too careful an artillerist to not do that. To not.
Okay, so if I fail talking to him, I can still order the attack on him, and it be reasonable that they are destroyed before the nukes are launched.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will attempt to communicate with Malvolus's flagship.
And what do you say to them? If you
I
get the channel,
say-
they obviously they must hear you because it's radio. It's hard not to notice any transmission.
I say this is Falsgrafen Erica III Beleza transmitting to Duke Malvolus. It appears your atomics are being armed prematurely. I am ordering you to restore them to an inactive state. Because I know that he's vengeful, and if I say, or I'll shoot you down, he'll think, oh, you were already planning this, which I am, and he might do it anyways.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna include the threat of what happens. I'm just gonna tell him not to do it.
Give me an opposed roll.
Of I would think from my side, communicate power.
That seems correct. He's resisting to something else, but you'd definitely be rolling communicate. 'Cause I was thinking battle. I'm like, nah, communicate's what you're doing. If it was battle, you'd be trying to make things get in his way or try to shoot him or something like that. But this is you just talking to him on the radio.
All right.
Full med, of course.
Um. Traits of impulsive and just, because he knows there's no real, although Erica does not threaten him directly, there's no real mystery about it either.
Especially since it's obvious the Arconis and Valorian fleets are chasing you.
Yeah, Erica will act on impulse, and she's predisposed to doing to holding people to account. So all right, then I will spend 3 momentum. To focus in innuendo, because I'm mostly relying on what's not said in order not to set him off, while also giving him an understanding of what I will do.
Yeah.
Like it's very important that I don't want to say I'm watching you and I'll shoot you, because he'll just do it then out of spite.
Yeah.
But I need to know that that's on the table.
I'll let you say face on this, but you and I both know what I might do.
I think that gives me 7.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6 because of a trait.
Then I will spend. Because I spent momentum, I will put the trait upon Malvolus of Cowed.
There's a tense moment where it looks like Malvolus, his ships keep going for a bit. You get radio transmissions from Valorian fleet and Arconis fleet that they're going to shoot, and then you get word that that Malvolus has powered down his atomics.
All right. Erica breathes a sigh of relief, and then requests a report from the destroyer that boarded the orbital transport that stopped.
You get a report that the reason why that one stopped and the other ones didn't resist is that one was the only orbital that was being piloted by a Spacing Guild pilot and navigator. So when you said stop, they stopped. There was lots of shouting. The people aboard were very angry with them, telling them just go, go, go. It's like, I'm not charging past the destroyer. We die. So, no. Well, we pay you. Fine, I'll give you a refund. I don't care. I'm not dying for you. And when the boarding happened, your troops found a bunch of dead bodies and a very confused navigator, not sure why these people were so insistent. And he basically just reports what he found, that these people walked up to him, shoved a bunch of Solari at him and said, get us down there. We don't care if you get us around that fleet, but we want to be down there fast. Well, Solari, so sure, they started flying down. But when your destroyers came by, they stopped, and the next thing you know, they were shouting, and then they're all dead. Navigator's as confused as your troops are.
Wait, the people on the transport are dead?
Yeah, the people on that transport are dead except for the navigator.
They killed themselves. Wow.
Yeah.
Any identifying information among them?
Biddy Tiliaxu.
If needed, if it would make more sense, I am willing to use the orbital transport temporarily to send Gallia over there.
I would say it's either a test or a threat to learn that information.
I'll do a test.
It would be understanding, difficulty of 3.
This is for me, or this is under the assumption that I'm sending Gallia?
This would be you, but you could activate Gallia and use her stats. But you could use her as an asset that through her, she's reporting something and you're realizing something from her report.
I'll use her as an asset, but an asset to gain momentum, because last week I upgraded her from 3 to 4, so she's worth 4 momentum now. This is understand. Duty, because these people were probably coming. These people were, in my opinion, mostly a danger to Mill and Kareem and the Reverend Mother, and I have a duty to not allow that to happen. Understand advanced technology or botany, because I don't know if there's any.
Those wouldn't fire, no.
Okay.
Worth asking, though.
Well, if they're the Benny Tilaxu, I'd almost feel like both of them would come out. Yes. Oh. I will use determination on the value the house serves me and I them. I see myself in service to these 3 other architects, and I do not want them to be interfered with.
Fair enough.
That's 2 successes.
Just click the wrong things. They seem to be largely, shockingly unidentified, which anyone who can afford a Highliner, you work for, either you're a noble yourself, or you work for one. Like, regular people can't just jump on a Highliner. And if you're a commoner being moved, then someone's still, like, you'd have travel papers, like, you'd have something. And by law, you'd actually have to as a commoner. Unless you're silly rich and bought your own ticket. But you, as you hear described what they're wearing, the fashions they had, things like that, there's a lot of things one can hide. However, people in positions of power, especially the higher you go, have a tendency to forget the little things, especially to the mind of a Canley worried person. These people have the telltale marks. Not clear smoking gun evidence, but the telltale marks to you that these people work for the Princeps Cassian Ordos. He's a distant member of the imperial family. These people work for him. Though they're not advertising that they work for him.
Is he understood generally to be in good standing with the Emperor?
For a threat, I'll answer. Or a momentum.
I have 4 on the table because of Gallia, so I'll spend one of those.
He's on the downward swing, but he's not out of his good graces. He hasn't really done a ton to distinguish himself. But he hasn't done anything that's made him look bad either.
Thinking about the situation and what they could do if they got involved, do I think this is more likely to be the Princeps doing something to gain the favor of the Emperor, or doing something ordered by the Emperor?
This is to gain favor. If the Emperor wanted this done, even if he was trying to hide it from you guys, there are other ways to do this. The Sadakar are a good bet, but, get Harkonnen involved, get Ikaz involved. There's any number, or even get the Beni Talaxu involved. Sending your personal troops of a lesser prince? That's his fingerprints are a little too close. The current Padishah Emperor is far too cautious to allow himself to be that connected to something.
All right.
Anything with the remaining 2?
That we since Valorian's here, ask, can I use 2 to have him search through his family's records to see if anyone associated with or thought to be associated with the Princeps has landed on the planet before today?
Oh, that only cost you 1, actually.
Okay.
You get a very standard reply back, because he doesn't see anything weird about it, because he doesn't know what you know. That yeah, there was some surveyors that went down into the woods recently. They're helping with there's a new whatchamacallit. They're there to assist the merchant director near the woods to help build it up and formalize the town. And he was informed because they saw this. The Lion Throne saw this. The Princeps saw this as an oversight that no noble of the region had claim. So someone's supposed to. So he was sending surveyors and investigators to figure out who exactly is supposed to have that town.
Want to know a landing spot somewhere near that merchant town?
Oh, there's plenty, yeah.
All right. Erica will send a transmission to Valorian that the false Graffin thinks it would be a good idea if the Duke Valorian of the planet Silvanus requested military intervention from Erica III to secure and police this merchant town for a short time. and I'll transmit him the. I'll explain. I'll send him an explanation of why, of the thought that the Princeps is trying to undermine the situation. The Princeps can't possibly know what we know, and his meddling is going to cause problems. Like
Oh.
she's not accusing the Princeps of doing. Of being involved with the Psymech. It's basically like the Princeps is doing something that nobles always do. He just is too far away to know how bad his meddling could go right now. So let me please ask me to intervene on your behalf and clean this up.
Yeah, there's no test involved. Once you explain it to him, Valerian's like, well, as a steward of Silvanus, I believe it is imperative you go at once.
Unfortunately, I would rather Nightshade get nuked than me, so as much as I'd love to go down, I don't want to go down when 4 fleets worth of nukes are pointed at me. So I will detach Nightshade and the Condemned and use the orbital transport to immediately descend upon. And actually, I will allow, if it's because we've spent to have Nightshade active.
Mm-hmm.
I will allow her to make use of my Ornithopter. I'll send that down with her.
For Nightshades, this will be a move difficulty of 2. If she could succeed at cost, so she'll get down there eventually, but she will take too long. She'll take considerable amount of time getting to where she needs to go. If she hits the 2, then she'll get there in a speedy fashion that will be of assistance to Johanna and Mel down the line.
Okay. Is it possible that she could move stealthily or subtly? That's what the word I'm looking for. So that she can, kind of suddenly just pop up there all of a sudden, and nobody's. Oh goodness.
You could do that, yeah.
Yeah. The Condemned and this crazy bitch who's a religious zealot. Okay, so what kind of role I'm looking at here? Battle, communicate,
Move diff 2.
Okay. Move.
And I realized that I paid for the transports because I didn't know I was going to activate Nightshade, but Nightshade has orbital transports on her own, so you might be able to use that second set of transports to lower the diff here.
Yeah, I've got orbital transport quality 1.
Which are a different set than the one I bought.
Right. So that to lower the diff. Don't
Yep.
have anything to move. Gonna stick with duty. Okay, roll 20. Let me let go of the thing. Okay. That lowered it down to 1, so I'll give you a threat for 3 dice.
Okay.
Do not have a focus in under move. There we go. Gain 2. So yes, we subtly come screaming down from orbit to surround this town and police it.
Yeah, probably under the guise of, I'm just doing a normal patrol survey in high orbit or in low orbit even.
Right.
It's like, that's not unusual. And then do dive bomb.
Right. Condemned. Ah. Peace.
Zoom back. Planet below. I know. Oh, darn. Silvanus Johanna Rashid and Ritter Marshal Mil Moonshadow begin to approach into the the heart of Silvanus. Around you, as you approach a flickering marble glass edifice, incredible wall that, if it were not for the trees, would likely be seen for onto the horizon. The trees here, the canopy reaches up and over everything here. The tree lines themselves seem to be flickering with green fire to either side. A green haze, pollen milling about, getting into your lungs, getting into your hair. And Male Moonshadow, you need to give me a roll of discipline, difficulty of 3. As you are stepping into a place that would appear is the legends you are told of are how you find are how you see this is where you are judged by the will of Silvanus when you die. So this is like you're going to the gates of heaven or the gates of hell, and it's a physical place you can go to apparently. Which, whoa, that's really, really disturbing that it's a real place and you're there right now.
Would the trait of preparation help with this roll?
That's what pulled it from 5 to 3.
Ah, gotcha. So discipline, you say, gonna buy up to a full minute.
Okay, 6 threat to me.
And
Yep.
Joanna assist?
Yep.
And I'll go with duty. Because if we don't do this, the galaxy, like the collective forces of the entire empire turn against Silvanus and the people. So I have no focus, so that's
Oh, you hit it.
Yep.
nice.
Need one. Yeah, this is the tea's helping you a lot. You feel your heart rate wanting to race like crazy, and then it just artificially stops, like it hits a ceiling suddenly. So yeah, it's because you did the tea earlier, and you can almost hear Johanna's voice in the back of your mind telling you to reminding you to breathe. And when you take a breath, that's when you kind of realize you're not dead. You're actually alive. You're not in hell. You're alive. This is a real place on a planet somewhere. That's creepy, but not. You know you're not dead.
Yeah.
So, do we have to go inside here, or do we generally?
You approach
Yeah,
the screen glass.
Okay. Yes.
But I'll note that someone's already.
Good here.
Is that Kareem?
Team.
Oh, interesting.
Why is he here?
Don't know. Let's go ask. Kareem, how did you get here before us? How are you even here?
He turns, his eyes a murky black, and his lips red of Sappho, and he points a firearm at you. Shoot you.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
It is a opposed battle roll. Because you might see it just in time to go, oh god.
Actually, I'm an imbiber of the royal blue tea. I can just avoid it.
You can avoid lasgun fire. He's not firing a lasgun at you.
Automatically avoid any ranged attack, including lasguns.
Oh, that's why an imbiber's powerful.
Yeah.
So, you feel this is probably something you've never had to test before. You
No,
know
never,
it's a thing
never.
you've heard of, that people could literally dodge bullets and lasers, and it's like, that's, I mean, I guess, but your other memories tell you, no, previous Rather mothers have been almost assassinated before. This isn't new to them. So yeah, he turns and you just kind of you feel him do it before he does it, and you just kind of step aside and he fires. From Male Moonshine's point of view, Johanna almost looks like a blur for a half second. It's just suddenly she moves with incredible speed. And then, Johanna, your legs hurt so much because it felt like, because basically what happens, your adrenaline spiked like crazy, and you moved as fast as a human body can move. So your knees hurt, your ankles hurt, your heart's thundering a mile a minute. And now you realize why you can't do that multiple times in a fight, because that hurts and it's exhausting to do that.
Fair enough.
But yeah, he used up his turn. You're in a skirmish. He tried to kill you.
Oh, I'm terrible in a skirmish. And you said his eyes were totally black?
A murky black. See it dribbling out the sides.
Oh my goodness.
That doesn't seem good.
Marshal of Salutaris, everybody.
Well, I'm more referring to the freaky eye thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have too many plays in a skirmish.
Do you want me to try something?
Sure, if you've got something to do. I mean, I can. Voice is the only thing I can try. I'm not sure how well it'll work against whatever this is.
You could try to voice him first. That works.
Okay. So I'll give you 3 threat for maximum voice.
I push the threat back at you. You have the sense this is impossible. What you're staring at isn't what you're staring at. What is staring back at you does not respond like a human does. He's not responding to your presence the way a human should. It is still your turn, though. You learn that as you're about to attempt the action. That's me. As you start pushing the threat at me, I push them back. I push them back at you. So you can still do your turn. You don't waste your turn because you realize the task is difficulty impossible. Something's wrong.
Okay. That was kind of my go-to move. Okay. I will say, what are you? And then I'm going to try to make myself difficult to hit. Just kind of begin, moving and using pranabindu conditioning to, kind of almost randomize my body movements to increase his difficulty to hit. Create the trait, hard to hit.
I'll say discipline difficulty 3 because you're basically having to stay at a run constantly.
Yeah. Discipline. We take truth for this. Because I'm trying to stay alive long enough to figure out what's going on.
I'll take it. Yep.
Submit. You said diff 3?
Yep.
Okay, and with Pranabindu and Imbiber of the Royal Blue Tea, I can reroll 2 dice instead of just 1. So let's do 1 momentum and 2 threat for 4. I'm gonna re-roll the 2 whiffs. Which is discipline, truth. There we go.
There you go. Good one. You're basically running around like crazy as he's moving, or as he's trying to get a bead on you again.
Right.
Like he's watching,
Nothing
his
else.
head's turning like a turret, and you see him like almost mechanically reloading the pistol and getting ready to shoot at you. But you're ducking, weaving a bunch as much as humanly possible. For momentum,
Nothing else.
you might get an answer or learn something about him because you're kind of talking to him as you're running.
Yeah, I'll spend the momentum.
So you asked him, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
I'm Kareem Kabata. You hear him straining as you can almost feel like it's almost like he's trying to choke out his own voice. Like he's trying to stop himself from talking. Which is weird, you didn't do voice, so that shouldn't be what he's doing.
Right. Was that an information spend, basically?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, so hyper awareness kicks in. I believe at this point, double check. Yeah, so I've got 4 questions off of that one, so I've got 3 left.
I'll note these are questions that he won't be answering. This is something you're noticing about how he's acting.
Right. It's pretty obvious, but is he being controlled?
Yes.
Yes, okay. By what?
By technology, by some sort of advanced technology, some sort of either powerful drug or some sort of powerful drug. Hard to narrow it down.
Okay, so drugs. Do I think the T might serve to? Okay, do I think? Yeah, do I think the T might serve to counteract it because he's already so connected to Silvanus?
It's a way to do it, yeah. It is a way to connect yourself with the biosphere.
I did not get the answers I want, but I'm out of momentum and questions.
Turn goes to Milk. I only have the one actor.
Okay.
He's being some kind of drug or poison.
I'll note, Milk, since you had the chance to see it, the dart, when it went by, it hit a patch of ground, and you notice that ground instantly just dies for like a good foot or so.
Can I run up to him and tackle him?
You could, yeah.
Grappling.
I'm gonna give that a go.
It's a posed battle.
Okay.
I'm buying a full mint.
I will also buy up to a full mint. Tactics supply?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna go with duty.
Kareem, why'd you have to be freaking...
See, this is the exact moment I want Jamie to join the game.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Do you have a trait of martial?
I am going to spend I have a role of marshal. I don't know if roles count as traits in this system.
No, because that identifies what your role power is, or what you're rolling.
Gotcha. I'm gonna spend my determination in that case to re-roll the 2 that were not successes.
Duty statement. Didn't you already spend it? Or your determination? Am I wrong? For some reason I have it in my head.
I did not.
Okay.
I did not, because I ended up succeeding on that roll.
Right. Yep.
So, duty statement is I will do what I must in service of my house and people.
Yep. Oh, we were determining whether or not duty was a valid statement. Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
Duty, 2 dice. Focus does apply. And I think I'll activate the Will of Silvanus in this case so that I don't have to actually spend that determination.
Oh, sweet.
Beat him by 2. You generate 2 momentum. You basically inflict 2 stress to him as you're able to grapple with him, and he stays on his feet. It's almost like he's rooted in the ground. You can hear him. He's not even looking at you. His body just kind of stiffens, and he tries to fight you off, and he's trying to shake you off with drug-induced strength. Like, as a marshal, you've run into people who might try to stim themselves enough to kind of fight past somebody. But, Kareem's still Kareem. Like, there's only so much he can do. So he's struggling against you. 2 is not enough to knock him down. You can't spend... Oh, sorry, you were asking me a question.
I'm wondering if I can spend the 2 momentum I generated to create a trait of restraint that would basically apply a penalty if he tries to attack the Reverend Mother.
Certainly, as you're like fighting his gun arm, basically.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way he can really hurt you guys. Punching is not where he go, especially with that powerful a weapon in his hand. Yeah. I will then say to you that you've done 2 stress. You can do an additional if you spend 2 momentum, or 2 threat in this case. Because I can tell you his battle is not 2.
Yeah.
But it's probably 4 or 5.
Yeah. Go ahead and take 2 threat.
Yep. So it's not 3, but you're kind of wrenching at his arm. You're trying to sweep at his leg, trying to get him to let go of the gun and get him on the ground. But he has just incredible strength. The turn rolls back to him. Can't let them. Can't. And you hear him saying something, but it's being choked out again. He tries to shoot you, Mill. So opposed battle. Buys a full mitt.
I shall also buy a full mitt on this one.
Okay. If you're gonna drug some guy to do this sort of crazy stuff, don't grab the stupid mentat. Well, he's not stupid, but you know what I mean. Tried to grab the marshal, didn't work out.
Yay.
Whoa. 2, 3, 5. Generated. And thunk. You're able to wrestle it out of his hand, and he gets dumped onto the ground and falls unconscious. You notice that a black ichor is looking out of his mouth. He seems to be drowning. Which, Mill, you didn't do that. All you did was, shoulder toss him and then grab the gun, and it's like, I didn't do that.
Joanna will drop out of bullet time and kind of kneel down and turn Kareem on his side so that the fluid flows out of his mouth.
Understand difficulty of 3.
Truth? I'm assuming this is figuring out how to help him? Or
I wouldn't take that.
I don't know. Is it? Are we looking more medicine stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're gonna have to help me. I'm not sure what drive really goes towards medicine.
Jeez.
I mean, duty. We're not born to serve ourselves alone, is my statement, and I'm trying to help my friend.
I'll take duty.
Okay. What was the diff again, please?
3.
3. Okay. Take 3 momentum for 4. Would deductive reasoning apply here if I'm trying to figure out what's
No.
wrong or what to do? Okay. I don't know. Yeah. What about other memory?
No, they wouldn't have. This isn't something that your
Okay.
people would run too much.
I'm just checking.
You people.
You people. What do you mean, you people? Okay, so 4 with a comp.
Got a momentum. Buy off that
Yeah,
comp.
go ahead and take 2 for the comp. Let's not get Jamie's character killed while he's not here.
Yeah, you're able to roll him on his side, and you realize that you kind of have to forcibly dig at his mouth a little bit to try to help it go along, because it kind of gets slowed. But as you're doing that, you do hear him cough every once in a while, so it's someone has to sit there and constantly be doing that until someone can treat him or he runs out of stuff to cough. Because it seems like his body's unable to expel it on its own.
Okay.
But otherwise, he's not dying.
Is his throat clear now? I mean, could he potentially swallow something?
In theory, yeah, because he is coughing every once in a while. You can kind of force something past.
Yeah. Pull out my little flask of iced blue tea, I guess, and give him some of the blue tea. Since I think that might help.
Give me. Yeah, no. Understand. Difficulty 2.
Okay. Stick with duty. Yeah, need to save cream here, so I'm going to give you all 3 of those momentum for deductive reasoning.
Yes, in this case, yeah.
Okay, that's what say it's the only focus I have. And if the royal blue tea comes into play, it is a quality 3 tea.
It'll add bonus momentum. It's
Okay.
part of why it's making this maneuver possible. You're trying to understand how to get him to stop, and it's a way to do it.
6.
6. So you generate 3 on the table. How much is it again? 4? Quality?
Quality 3.
Quality 1. 3. Yeah. Once you kind of have to time it so he's coughing, and then you kind of you very quickly kind of dash it into him, and he coughs some of it up. So you kind of have to repeat this very uncomfortable process that you're glad he's not conscious for, because this would be terrifying. But eventually, if you keep doing that, eventually you notice that the ichor, he starts coughing a lot more violently, and like this big blob of blackish tar kind of goes onto the ground. He kind of rolls on his side and groans. And he coughs and rolls around a bit in the way a drowning victim kind of is starting to catch air finally.
Right.
You do have to poke at it. You do have to help him breathe a little bit longer, but after a while, he's just able to sit there and be very uncomfortable with his situation, but he's not lucid at all. You see the ichor kind of slip away from his eyes as he cries out the last of it that was in his eyes.
Okay, spend 2 of the bonus for the trait of detoxing.
Yeah.
And spend the last one of the table and the one of the 3 to create the trait immunized, or whatever the equivalent is. So basically, it's the tea's detoxing him and also providing him some resistance to whatever that substance was.
Yeah, that works.
And then just kind of make him comfortable as possible, anyway. And I'll give his gun to Mill.
Mill probably
take
has it because she wrestled him to the ground and
Right,
ripped
yeah.
it away from him.
Yeah.
Tell me that was not you, Silvanus.
Seems more like a Bene Teliaxu thing than a Silvanus
Orlaka.
thing. Yeah. Potentially them too.
Ooh. Ah! Did get some new tokens. This is awesome.
Oh, that's a thing.
A
That
face
exists.
emerges from the glass, and you can see huge draping vines and lights form into the face, a humanoid-looking face.
Oh, nice. Joanna will get up and kind of dust off her dress. And bow to the image. Well met, Silvanus, here in your heart.
Many have come, and many have questions. That one spoke with a voice unheard by me for a long time. Someone knows the secrets of old. But it would seem, by your intervention, he shall grow, flourish once more. What brings you and the young one to this place?
We come to ask and have answered the central question of our time. Are you human? We come for the test.
By what tests would you measure my humanity?
By the test of the Bene Gesserit, the Gom Jabbar.
I know not how I might imbibe such, for I am Silvanus.
As, in some way, am I, and so I shall be both the needle and the box. With Mill's assistance, I shall use my training to activate what lays dormant in her DNA, which will act as the Gom Jabbar acts at a human's at a normal human's throat, for it will destroy all life on this planet. Connected to you, I shall let this poison run through me, and my pain shall be yours. If you are not human, you will flinch away from the pain. But if you are human, you must endure it. If you flinch away, I will release the bioweapon. I will kill you and all the life on this planet that you have worked so long to protect. If you endure, then by the ancient rights of my order, you have proven your humanity. And the bioweapon will stay either contained within me and consume only myself, or I will be able to transform it again and survive the experience. But in either event, no harm will come to Silvanus in either of its meanings.
Why should I allow this and not expel the poisoner from this place?
You know as well as I the cataclysm that will come with the Kwisatz Haderach. You know as well as I the mistaken assumptions that my order has made about that entity, and how the fire will spring from it and spread throughout the Imperium, threatening to consume all, and even those who survived the cause of humanity and the prosperity of humans will be set back and damaged near to the point of extinction. If you are to guide this small system and its well of life through this calamity safely, to create a place, a pocket that can not only survive but prosper and find a place to go unseen by the coming storm and untouched by it or minimally touched, you must undergo this test to prove your humanity, not to me, who already believes in it, not to the Silvati tribes, who either believe in it or look at you upon you as some sort of god, but to the other powers and principalities in this system, the stewards of the Farfetcha system, whose hands even now hover above the triggers for their atomics. You must prove to them that you are not a machine made in the form of a man, but a man. Otherwise, they will not follow. They will not aid you. And despite your great power, even you will need willing assistance for the conflagration to come.
Has the fourth house been found?
I believe it has, though I may be wrong. But I believe from the moon Salutaris, Erica III has stepped, and even now has gathered unto her the Farfetcha lords, and has earned much of the loyalty of the tribes. While I believe the formation of the fourth house is perhaps yet incomplete, I believe it will be soon.
You, who wear the uniform of Salutaris, do you recognize this Erica? She will lead Silvanus many life.
I would not wear the uniform if I didn't.
This test has been considered should Silvanus fail, its children must endure. Should I succeed, the master of the fourth house shall be welcomed here. Begin your test, Benny Jesper.
Oh, dun dun dun. So yeah, I'll spread out some tea making stuff, sit across from Mill, and brew up a batch. Deadly, deadly tea.
I am going to give you a discipline roll, difficulty 4. It would be 5, but you are a Reverend Mother who's done the Water of Life ritual, so this is on the same order of magnitude. You are imbibing something that is intensely toxic to you. Like, doing this will make something intensely toxic happen to you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you screw this up, you might,
Right.
for all you know, he's going to fail and you're going to die with him.
Right. Yeah, well, that is the consequence of failure.
Yeah. Mill can assist because you're helping her through the ritual.
Okay.
I will certainly assist if I can.
So, okay, this role is to transmute the stuff or to survive the stuff once I've transmuted it?
It's to go through with it, really. It's the actual taking it in and starting the process.
Okay.
I'll put it to you this way, in a more montagey way. This process will take a long time to do.
Right.
Your character's body is going to be basically wasting away almost immediately. You're going through an intense pain, but stopping just short of death.
Right.
So you are you're in essence attacking Silvanus. Silvanus isn't rolling back. He's like, no, because if he does, that's him resisting. So he has to do everything he can not to resist. But you might die before he gets a chance to be truly tested.
Okay.
So you will be doing damage to him 2 plus the quality of whatever item you're using, and doing that much damage, that much potency to his will to see if he'll flinch or not.
Okay.
Problem is, I'll warn you, for every amount of damage you do to it, you're doing to yourself, because you have to hurt yourself to hurt it. So if anything, you're attacking yourself, and you might pass out and be defeated and begin to die. If that happens, either Mill has to wake you out of it if you let yourself get to that point, and he hasn't failed yet. Or if you and Mill think that the test can still go on, Mill can force feed more of the tea to see if it flinches or not.
Okay.
So it's a deadly game of chicken, because you don't know how much. Because this thing's inhuman, so I will warn you, this thing will not have the same level of.
Yeah, I'm assuming it has equivalently more stress than I do.
Yeah.
So okay, will this be like taking off of my discipline, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This is a discipline roll, though, which should let Pranabindu kick in.
Yep.
Okay, and this is Diff 4. I'm going to say this is Discipline Truth.
Yeah.
And do I assist with discipline or
Discipline or understand?
I will assist with understanding then. It's much better.
Okay.
I'll
So
understand.
is this like, is basically this whole task coming off of this single roll, or is it like a combat where
It's
I'm
like a
using
combat,
several
yeah.
rolls? Okay. So I'm going to try and save my determination until I really need it. So at this point, Diff 4, I'm going to give you 2 momentum and 4 threat for a full mit. Okay, this is a weird pitch, but it might work. Focus in survival, Silvanus Deep Wood.
Yep. Because that aspect is understanding the will of Silvanus a lot more.
Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. 5 with a comp, it looks like, but I get to reroll 2, so let's go ahead and do that. Discipline. Truth. 2. Okay, got rid of the comp, and that brings it to 6.
Generate 2 momentum.
Is the T still giving its stuff, or is like the quality of the T now become the
That would how
damage?
you'd be doing damage, yeah.
Right. Okay, so that would be a total of 5 points of damage. It's 2 item plus the base, right?
Yeah, 2 plus the potency of the item you're using, yeah.
Yeah, so that's 5, which leaves me with 2 left. And I will go ahead and spend 2 momentum to make that 6.
I'll spend 2 threat to make it 6 on you.
I thought that was how it worked.
Oh, it is.
Okay,
The
yeah.
poison's just hitting you harder than normal, so you don't just suffer 5, you're suffering 6 along with it. Oh, you know, you were doing that anyway, so I'm doing 7 to you. My bad. You're right.
Yeah, well, 7 zeroes me out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you,
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I wasn't going to zero out before this entity.
yeah.
Can I do anything with a determination?
You may resist defeat once per scene. When you do, you should be defeated, continue the conflict, but not healed in any way. It costs 1 momentum or adds 1 threat, and you suffer a complication. The amount required is increased by the potency of the asset that caused it. Oh, it's caused by a 4 potency, so it costs 4 for you to stay undefeated.
3 potency.
3, so it only costs 3.
Okay, so let's be stupid and do this.
So before you're before I get too many, does Mill wish to assist? You don't have to, but you're there. You're part of the. You're kind of trading the cup back and forth, and you notice
Yes,
as you're
I will.
passing the cup back and forth between each other, you see Johanna starting to waste away in front of you, and nearly like slumps over and passes out. Like you can see these intense black markings all across her skin. Her hair starting to turn green, as if she's mold right where she's sitting. You feel fine. You're not hurt at all by this process.
Yeah, so
We-
I did assist a bit.
We shall endure. We shall endure. We shall endure. And Johanna starts mumbling that a little bit uncontrollably as she nearly passes out. And I'll add a bit of a complication. Johanna is not defeated, but you, Mill, you notice that Johanna is suffering from a rather potent complication in that she doesn't have the strength to grab at the cup anymore. Like she's alive through Prana Bindu and just sheer force of will, but she's just mumbling now. She's barely conscious. So, it's a discipline difficulty 4 task. Johanna can assist because she still, through Prana Bindu, can make it hurt but not die.
Okay. I will try to assist her with the cup. Discipline 4, you said?
Yep.
Okay. I'll buy to a full minute.
With momentum and threat?
Yeah.
Oopsie.
right. Whew.
Right, 2 at least. So it does another 3. It's 2, so another 5.
Mhm.
So that puts it to 11, essentially. You spend more to do extra damage.
Yes.
Do momentum, I presume?
Yep. Uh,
Johanna, you suffer enough damage to be dropped again. Defeated. Bill, you notice that Johanna collapses. And Johanna, in your moments of connection because of the pain, you hear it saying, Silvanus saying, "We will endure. We will endure." And then by that, once it starts like creeping up to like past 10 stress, which is an insane amount of pain, it goes very quiet, but you can sense its presence, resisting the urge to grab every vine and leaf and tree and glass, or even just try to somehow control Mill to force you to stop. But it resists the urge to do that. But the urge is there. It feels it, but it doesn't do anything. What is the last thing you say before you pass out?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Do I think it's
okay.
past the point of having proved it, or does it need more?
It's proven it. You've delved as far as it can go. And
Okay.
the most it did was spend to avoid injury.
Right.
But it's otherwise it's fine.
Okay. Then
Like if
I'd
you hit it
say
again, you are gonna kill it.
as
Like,
as I lose conscious, I go, Silvanus, it's human. Flump.
rapidly, Johanna looks like she's necrotizing, her hair turning mossy green. Mill, you have limited time to save this person from death's door because they are under the condition of defeated and dying. If the scene changes, she will not. Oh, Johanna will die.
What page are the determination uses in Dune on?
They are on your mother. They are on resisting
Don't mess
defeat.
with Pat. She can take you.
Probably. 166 resisting defeat. The determination spends 7? 137? Types really. 157.
Okay. There it is. Okay, go ahead. I'm revealing this.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to treat her. And I will ask for Sylvanus's help. If it can help.
And I think I can actually do this because it says before after rolling. I'm going to spend my determination to declare and to create a new trait.
Okay.
It has to relate to the character. So I'm going to create the trait of Silvanus on Joanna.
Okay. For
God.
for 6 threats, Sylvanus can get involved.
Oh god. Yeah, fine.
Vines and that glitter like cables and wire reach out from the trees and start lifting Johanna up and like raising her head up, and immobilizing her so she doesn't thrash around. As you see, the whole forest just reaches out and just holds her in place and helps her stay in the position, helps her get wraps around her throat to help her drink whatever you need to give her.
Yeah, and for my part, I'm gonna try to treat her.
I will tell you that Silvanus will give you 2 hits. He doesn't roll.
Okay.
Plan it. And he's assisting. So. The difficulty is number, and that's the part I was not. Aiding an ally. This is get another AP, by the way. Understand difficulty 5.
Okay. Does physical empathy apply to kind of observe what she's responding to?
I'll take it.
Okay. That's good.
Okay. Weird Hail Mary. I am of Silvanus. Can Joanna assist?
Yep, Silvanus is assisting, or you're assisting.
Nice. I'll buy enough for 2 extra dice.
Okay.
Since I have 2 to start with. 2 hits, rather. Okay. Good lord.
Oh.
I will spend my actual determination. Thank goodness I have Will of Silvanus. I am re-rolling all of those.
Yep.
And boy, does
That
that
has
work
to be
narratively.
The single worst roll I've ever done.
Like, worst time to whiff.
Nice. And I'm going to roll my d20 to see if I get my determination back. Hey, I do! Finally!
Whoa, finally, wow. Mill coming through with the drama.
Yeah.
You help her drink there's a point where you're trying what you can, and then it occurs to you that you know that royal blue moon tea is a healing factor, so you just start pouring it again, and you just stop sipping from it because you realize, oh yeah, me sipping it probably doesn't help, so I'll just keep pouring more and more and more of her tea, and then you notice that the vines help force her to drink, even though she is not really alive to drink it anymore. But then you notice that looks like it looks like you're force feeding a corpse, until you notice that the body almost involuntarily kind of moves in a almost inhuman way. And Johanna, your eyes open. Yes, you have suffered the worst pain of your life and have the worst hangover of your life. But you're alive. Also, your hair feels very dried out, and almost woody. It smells kind of musty too.
Oh, I need a shower. Thank you, Mill. Silvanus, can you open a communications channel to the about called her the Reich Marshal, the Fallsgraf in orbit?
Rude. What the
I'm
hell?
nowhere near fat enough to be that. I don't wear white, and I don't have that many medals.
And you don't know how to fly biplane.
And I don't have a heroin addiction.
Falsgrafen, there's a transmission. It's going across all channels. You see everyone on your board trying to turn knobs as they're confused about what's going on.
I'll pick up the headset.
You hear white noise for a while. And then the voice of Johanna.
This is Silvanus Johanna Mershid. Reverend Mother of the Bene Gesserit. Clan Mother with no clan. The Clan Mother of all clans. The entity known as Silvanus in the heart of the deepest deep has undergone the Gom Jabbar test of the Bene Gesserit order. And her voice is slowly kind of gaining strength. And is this a visual communication or just audio?
It's just audio.
Okay.
The reason why there was a pause was because you were probably staring up at the screen like, so when do we? And then he tells you you can talk now. It's like, oh, I can talk now.
Okay. Therefore, by the ancient rules of the Order of the Bene Gesserit, and in accordance with all the statutes of the Orange Catholic Bible and the Great Compact, Silvanus is proven human. Any attack with atomics against Silvanus, therefore, would be an attack against a human and in violation of the compact.
Something is occurring to me and probably Erica. All of Johanna's talk was about confirming that it was human and not animal. Has Erica ever heard anyone talk about whether or not a machine that doesn't feel pain would be able to pass the test or not?
You would need to pass an understanding difficulty 5. That most people don't know the answer to that question. And the people who do not advertise this knowledge. Aside from Johanna, but you know. And Johanna could totally assist with explaining it. Silvanus wisely stays quiet during this conversation. It realizes that its inclusion in this conversation would not be productive.
This is if the role represents Johanna's past explanations, I would accept help. If it's Johanna's current explanation, then I don't think that would help, because Erica's trying to decide if this is Silvanus of her own accord or controlled by a machine.
What I would do to that, I would increase the complication to 3, because there's a possibility that you would misconstrue what Johanna's saying. But difficulty 5 still applies, because that would also help you see whether or not Johanna is speaking with her own voice or it's a machine voice. If you fail, then either it's because she explained it badly or you don't trust her explanation. Or your own understanding. I don't know. I don't know what to believe.
All right. I feel like this can't be anything other than truth, even though that's terrible for me.
Yeah.
No.
Also, I don't think I have any assets that are going to matter or any traits that are going to matter. I'll spend 4, give you 2.
Could Mill assist as well, since she's there?
Yeah. You can start talking.
Cool.
You're talking to a big microphone, essentially.
Yeah. I will try to assist them. I'm guessing in my case it would be communicate.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to convince.
Focus of advanced technology.
Yeah, actually.
Focus of persuasion.
Yep. Because you were a witness, you were there. It's like I watched it. I'm not connected or anything.
That's enough.
Like we gain 1.
Nope.
Nice.
So what is not commonly known is that certain Cymex have survived past the Butler and Jihad. And they were hidden from humanity at large, because humanity at large was frightened by the very idea of it. But the people who hid those Cymex hid them because they saw in them humanity, fellow humans in an extraordinary form who were trying to help humanity. Because not all Cymex were behind the machines. And certain things among the Beni Talaxu are machine, but they're human in the sense that they still have drives, emotions, and instincts, and the capacity to overcome that. And the difference between a machine and a Cymek is what you kind of made that division, that trait, that identifying trait. A machine can't feel pain because why would you ever make a toaster feel pain? That's nonsense. Why would you do that? That doesn't help the toaster function. A Cymek hangs on to it because it needs to know what a human knows, that it's in danger and it needs to deal with it. But sometimes that danger is something you withstand anyway. You endure because you have to. Pain is a necessary part of being human. Likewise, Silvanus feels pain because it needs to know whether some part of the planet is hurt. And it responds to that pain the same way you would if you were hurt. So likewise, Johanna basically force-fed it a dangerous poison to make it go through pain. That if it failed, it would have died. It would have died. And it's also the other half of the test would be that it needs to know that it could die. It needs to have that awareness that it could die to kind of enforce the threat. But I will tell you that Erica is probably one of the few humans outside of the Beni Talaxu or the Beni Gesserit or the Order of Mentats that has figured this out. Very few people in the Imperium know this. And this is probably the first time I imagine Erica, especially with her truth value, it's the first time she's ever really considered the question. That's why question it. You know, it doesn't matter to your day-to-day life. Currently it does.
And I guess the question off of this is, despite what Johanna has said, there are definitely situations within the Covenant that allow you to use atomics against humans. For one, using atomics against humans is a good reason atomics can use against you, a human.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, can I ask that is there anything left in this situation which warrants the use or the consideration of the use of atomics, or is there enough here that the Landsrod would prefer atomics not be used?
For momentum, I'll answer.
Yes.
So I would say, by the strict letter of the Covenant, of the Great Convention, you are not currently, you no longer have a compulsion by letter of law to destroy this thing, because it is not a machine. It is a person. It is an extraordinary person, much like a Mentat might be, except in a far more alien sense. That said, there are a few houses that will be okay with this. Like, the Ixians, for example, would be okay with it. House Vernius, basically. which is one of the great houses. They're the ones that do lots of big genetic manipulation stuff, like really cutting edge, barely almost violating the convention, but not. They'd be okay with it because they understand, or they would understand this as normal. Certain other houses that are far more, shall we say, biblical, will see the demon in toast. Like if it even looks like or smells like a machine, they're gonna be mad. The Landstrad will be divided over this issue. How precisely it will fall, this is unprecedented. Because usually something like this is hidden for exactly this reason, because it would divide the Landstrad severely. And you realize that anyone who has dealt with a Psymech before, and they've considered it human, or at least not a danger to humanity, not a machine, they've kept it hidden for exactly that reason. They didn't want the Landstrad to have to answer the question. So whether the Landstrad go with you or not on this is unclear, because no one's ever tested the question. It's never been brought before the Landstrad, like in all history.
Then can I have a role, knowing the current houses, having just had key architects on Kaitan who got to know a little bit about who the current big players on Kaitan are, can I make a calculus whether House Beleza in particular and the Salutaris or the Silvanus system in general will fare better having to go before the Landstrad nukes the planet or not nukes the planet? Like, knowing that probably neither of those are 100% chance, do I feel like one is a 60% chance of survival and one is a 40% or something like that?
You lack the information. You know too little about all the great houses and plans. You know what Trades might be up to, and a Kaz or Tani, but there are so many others you don't know. The only one you know would be chill with it would be like Vernius and Rashiz. They'd be the only ones who'd be okay, for sure.
Do I know enough about Atreides to know which they're likely to support?
That would be either a threat spend, or I would give you an understanding difficulty 2 roll to consider what you know about the houses.
I'll give you a threat.
Atreides, Duke Leto is... Ask me the easy questions.
It's not like we're talking about the annihilation of one and possibly many worlds.
Yeah, leave that up to Duke Leto's brat.
As an honorable and popular house, if you are earnest and forthright in what you know, and Johanna is as forthright as she has been to him, Atreides would back you because they trust what you're saying. Because as far as you're aware, as far as Johanna's aware, as far as Johanna's aware, she's right, and you're fairly certain that Johanna believes she's correct, and you know Silvanus isn't controlling her. She's made this determination on her own with Mill's help. So Duke Leto would probably go with it because they trust your word. They wouldn't question the word of a house or a Medigenerate sister who is saying something so outlandish, but forthrightly. Like you'd have to lay all the cards on the table. You can't hide a thing. If you hide a thing, he'll think something's wrong. But if you were just forthright about it, he'll take your word for it. Probably come to your side, especially since you're just. Like that helps you a lot. Your house is just. You're not a house known for deception or scheming or stuff like that.
All right, then I will turn a knob to change the channel, I guess,
Rude.
and transmit to the fleet. As the acknowledged steward, I, Falsgrafen Erica III of House Belizza, am requiring all noble houses to return their atomics to the stockpiles. Any arming of atomics, because of the close proximity of those atomics to other noble houses, will instantly be seen as an act of conly and be held in contempt. I will request all of the noble scions of the system to accept hospitality from Duke Valorian and meet in his palace to discuss further once the atomics and the fleets have been dispersed. This mostly, I expect Valorian and Arconis to be okay with this, but this is the shot across the bow of Volus not to twitch, because if he twitches, we'll blow him out of the sky.
There is a visible tension on the bridge. The occasional report of current position is this. People start moving markers on a big map behind you. And none of the fleets are moving. The Arconis fleet and the Valorian fleet advance and start to surround Malvolus' fleet. Malvolus' fleet does not move. You hear someone report that Valerian is contacting Malvolus, and they hold up the earpieces if you want to hear it, or you want they signal to grab at it.
I do listen in, yeah.
This is the Duke. This is Duke Eric Valorian to Duke Corvin Malvolus. The war is not today. Do not end your house by being stubborn. We may not be artillerists or space houses, but at this distance, we can't miss. Go home, Corvin. There's no response. Corvin, the Malvolus fleet, do retreat back to Agrestis.
With nukes disarmed?
Yep. This is Duke Valorian to Falsgrafen Erica III, provisional steward of Silvanus.
Receiving.
I hope we never have to do this again. I will gladly receive you and everyone at the Palace Silvanus and discuss details off radio.
Very well, Duke. I understand that you and Duke Arconis in particular will need some time to disperse your fleets, being that you're already over your home world. So I would not take it in any offense if your fleets are still largely assembled for another few weeks or so. I will not make any hasty judgments as Erica is trying to innuendo say, you in particular, keep on a war footing for right now, because Malfolis is going to do something stupid. But trying to put that under the guise of like, hey, it's not weird for you to have your fleet together over this planet because you live here. So just be slow about it.
Pardon me, I don't... Then you hear it stop. Transmission continues. Ah, I understand, Falsgrafen. Apologies for any delay, and your patience is appreciated. As you put two together, Lady Seraphina probably clarified for poor Eric, like, no, don't. You don't get it, I'm going to explain it to you, huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, the Arconis and Valorian fleets, they send some ships back to port and stuff, but for some reason a lot of them kind of hang about for a bit. They do a few exercises between each other, that sort of thing. And you notice the Highlander jumps away.
I will turn to Herr Frowley and say, I trust you will look over our son with care, and I ask as a vassal that you accept the temporary appointment of Steward of Salutaris and Grand Admiral of her fleets, and see to the return of atomics and the dispersing of the fleet.
So minor duties then, Falsgrafen bows. They will be done with haste and precision.
Then Erica will turn to Gallia and say, we'll need to handle the situation in the market town and then meet with Valorian. She says, I would have wanted to have you oversee the fleet and the atomics, but being that many of those I rely on have saw fit to gallivant into the forest, I need
that's what we
the
were
support
doing.
of someone. And we'll go down to the market town. There's a half a thought. I had a half a thought for a second to be like, why? I know how bad this could turn out with Malvolus and Nightshade not getting what they wanted. So I was like, for half a second, like, do I try to convince the GM to let me spend an advantage to order 66 these people? But if Erica had higher power than Justice, I probably would have done that, but she doesn't. So despite her knowing that that this will blow up in their faces, she has to let it play out. So she's gonna go down. Yeah, if Erica had power 8, Justice 7, the planet would be nuked, and I probably would have order 66 to half the people around the system. It would have been a real Baron Harkonnen moment. Then again, we wouldn't have gotten here in the first place. So.
Missing somebody. Oh. Anymore. In the palace of Silvanus, on the steward's throne, sits Steward of Silvanus, Falsgrafen Erica III of House Beleza, and at her side is the Grafen Franca Gallia. This is fast forwarded a bit.
So did were we able to get the cloak from the market down?
Yeah, with the combined might of every house, the handful of guys that were there don't fare terribly well, especially since the Highlander ran away without them.
Yeah.
They needed one of those landers to land. That's why they were trying to get down there. They're trying to get the cloak out of system, and you kept blowing up their ships. It's like, oh, okay, we're just gonna leave now. Meanwhile, a bunch of people are stranded on Silvanus with a very intense military that was already ready to go to begin with. So in hand, and actually the people delivering it are the Silvanus Johanna Rashid and Ritter Marshal Mil Moonshadow. So the two of you have been invited into the throne hall, of course, because you're responding to your steward and Falsgrafen. The Judge of Change, Lady Rivia, has returned in the meanwhile because she's been informed that the situation has changed, and so she's come back. But you wisely able to discern that perhaps getting the mantle of your leadership, literal mantle of your leadership, be delivered before her audience happens. Yeah, Johanna and Mill, both of you here, I imagine there's a certain level of... it's been a while since you've both been here. I think it's been months now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a very different set of people sitting on the throne, and the black and green stripes stand at the end of the hall rather than at your end of the hall.
Fair.
Yeah.
So, has Joanna quite recovered from the ordeal in the deepest deep?
There's still bits of green to your hair, so you have a greenish blue hair to you now.
Okay.
Every so often when you move in the wrong way, instead of feeling like a pull sensation, like a pulled muscle or a strained joint, you hear like a wooden creaking noise, and then it kind of goes away.
Yeah, from what I'm reading, like when you create a trait with determination, it reads to me as being permanent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're supposed to be delivering the mantle, the cloak.
Yep.
Excellent. I think I'll let Mill. Why don't you carry the cloak and drape it around the Fallscraft's shoulders?
I will do so. And yeah, treating the situation with all due gravity. That's what I'm looking for.
I will note that as you pass by, Chief Windwhisper gives you a curious look when you pass him. You get the feeling that the chief of the Savannah tribes has finally seen you. Like before, he probably saw you as a fellow Savannah, but you're not a ruling member. You're a marshal. So his attention did not, and this is the first time he's actually studying you and evaluating you as an architect of a house. And it's like, you may be a marshal, but you're a richer marshal now, and you've spoken with Silvanus, sort of look. Because now the Kind Mothers know the truth, so the chiefs, at the very least, Chief Windwhisper is informed what he needs. Your fellow Moonwet Shadows give you nods of respect, but it's not a grand gesture. It's a minor thing, because among Moon Shadows, doing your duty is just doing your duty.
Yeah.
The fact that you did it in shadows and by secret is normal.
Yeah.
Fair.
Wind Whispers give you a look, because they got quite a few Wind Whispers got hurt, and you didn't get hurt at all, because when you stepped out of that forest, you were untouched. You took no stress. So there's an irritation of freaking Moonshadow walking away from a perilous situation unharmed again.
I'm not trying to be unharmed. Well, I mean, I am. I'm not chickening out of the prospect of harm, as my mechanical left arm should show.
The ducal consort, when you pass them, does give a nod of respect to both of you as you pass. The envoys pay more attention to Johanna than to Mill, but the military police actually, for House Arconis, actually salute you as you salute Mill as you pass.
Okay. Interesting.
As you've accrued quite a reputation as a marshal that goes above and beyond duty, the call of duty.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, that's not normally our job. With all that crap you went through. No. Lady Seraphina does give mostly pays attention to Johanna. And there's this feeling you get, Johanna, that something, maybe not precisely this, because your predecessor didn't think of the solution, you did.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a sense that you feel from your own memories of how her mother would have responded to the Seraphina before her, that through the nod of Lady Seraphina, you can feel your own memory approving of what you did. This is probably the best outcome she could have hoped.
Okay.
Duke Valorian being the steward of Silvanus was a means to prevent Malvolus from achieving what he wanted. And the fact that the new steward of Silvanus is still not Malvolus, so... And he's been cowed twice now, so I'm going to take away that former steward trait, because that's not as important anymore. Because the person who has the former steward trait is Duke Eric.
Joanna will smile at Seraphina, and just as she passes by, just lightly reach out and give her hand a gentle squeeze without really stopping moving.
Duke Malvolus, Duke Corvin Malvolus, former steward 2 generations past, as it were, gives you both a death glare. There's an obvious look that he would love to just tell his officers to kill Mill where she stands, but he obviously can't. He gives a glare to Johanna. The glare he used to give you before was a glare of he saw the predecessor in you. Now he hates you, the person. So he's gotten to know what you've up to and how much you've been instrumental in screwing up his plans of becoming steward. So he has two reasons to hate you. He just has one reason to hate Mill.
Mill will give him a look that says, in all but words, try it.
Some of his officers almost step forward to do something, and Corvin gives them a glare like, don't you dare. That look of, I will kill you myself.
Yeah.
But he still gives you a look like it's obvious that if he gets the word, he's probably going to slay you. But he's waiting for the steward of Silvanus to be okay with it.
That's fair.
Duke Eric evaluates the two of you. He gives both of you a look that, like, same as Wind Whisper, he didn't really evaluate the two of you closely. He was more concerned with Erica than you two. So it's an honest evaluation. And he gives a nod of respect to both of you, which, as a duke, giving it to a reverend mother, that's normal. It's the same you'd do to a bishop or an archbishop. You'd be somewhat respectful, even if you're not terribly pious. You might nod your head just to be polite. But to a Ritter Marshal, that's someone of very high station acknowledging you. Which I'll note Duke Corvin did not. And even the Ducal Consort Theron didn't observe you. Of those closer to Erica III, there are some ladies of court. There are some of the condemned, probably standing guard. And there are a couple representatives of the Treasury Office, as currently your Mentat is hospitalized. He went through a terrible ordeal, but has survived. So some members of the Treasury are present so they can report to him what's going on.
Glad he survived.
And Ritter Marshal Mill Moonshadow and Silvanus Johanna Rashid stand before the, at present, provisional steward of Silvanus.
And I'm gonna say that House Beleza has a tradition that Erica is now known as False Graf and Erica the First and Third, because she's the third. She's the third Erica to have reigned over Salutaris, but she's the first Erica to have been a steward. Like, because we've had stewards before, but none of them were Ericas.
That's true.
First and or first in? Sorry, I didn't
First
quite
and third.
Okay.
Kind of like
Charles V.
James.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Or Charles. They were all.
Yeah.
They all had different numbers because Scotland had different.
I was thinking, like, was it Charles V of Spain, who was also Charles II of the Holy Roman Empire?
That as well, yeah.
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 When things are held in personal union, when they're not the same title, they're two different titles that happen to be held by the same person.
Right.
Yeah. Then Erica will motion for Mill to approach and step down the dais enough for Mill to walk up.
Mill will walk up.
And Erica will remain motionless, allowing you to carry out your task.
Right. Yeah. Mill will put the what's the word? Place the mantle of the steward upon Erica. That's where. Jeez, sorry.
As it settles over Erica's shoulders, the throne suddenly starts growing further, and then everyone looks over at it just surprised because it's never done that before. It grows, and then it seems to grow over the head of Erica, and then a crown of vines is flickering with light appears and tries to lower onto Erica's head.
That's weird, but looks like this is what needs to happen. So go ahead and do it.
As it rests upon your brow, the various members of the Silvani delegation kind of break rank and move out of the way because they want to see this better. And they just kind of stare in awe. And Mill Moonshadow, you've heard of that part of the legend of the fourth house is that the fourth house will be known by their crown of vines in the pinpricks of the sun. And that's literally what you're seeing, being sit upon Erica's head, as if the throne is crowning Erica. Erica, for your part, it's kind of heavy. It's made of wood and other electronics, but it's tailored to your head. Kind of fits, at least.
And Joanna, fulfilling her role as the religious person here, will say, "For behold, the fourth house has come to pass in Erica, first and third of House Beleza, Erica, first of Silvanus." And Joanna will kneel and bow.
Duke Eric
Will
breaks rank.
Also bow.
Duke Erica follows your two's motion and bows. Malvolus, his hands ball, his teeth grit. Eric looks over from his kneel and gives him a look, motions at him, and Corvin just releases his hands and then kneels. Chief Whispers kneel basically the same time Mill did. Seraphina kneels. Theron kneels roughly the same time as Eric does. And when those high offices all kneel, everyone else just kind of snaps out of their stupor because that was weird. It's like, what was that? What's going? Oh, I guess we're supposed to kneel now, I guess. Question is, does Franca Gallia kneel? That's more a question for Erica. Or whether you would stop her if she was going to try.
She has her highest skill is understand, with etiquette being one of her focuses. She has the highest drive being truth, and the talent unquestionably loyal, which means that she has the trait of loyal. So whatever those inform you would, right, that's what she would do.
She would kneel, unless you stopped her.
Okay, because I don't know if the etiquette is for her as the consort to do it or not. So
you outrank her, so she's supposed to. Whether you are more merciful about it or more loose about etiquette is up to you. But she would do it because that's the correct thing to do.
Erica's duty is higher than truth or faith, and there's not really, this is not a matter of right and wrong, so I don't really think justice comes into it. So Erica expects her to do what is her duty more than she expects anything else.
And lastly, what does the steward Erica the first and third do with this assembled room that's all kneeling to you? I will highlight to you that this level of loyalty is something you might see more in the Landsrad when the Emperor is present, or in the presence of a great house that stands on such ceremony.
Erica, who is largely driven by justice and power, sees a unique opportunity to fix a problem that she personally has encountered that could come to a head for future generations.
Mhm.
And that is well, there's two problems she sees that her children or her descendants are going to have to deal with. The first is Malvolus.
Mhm. Mhm.
Erica's able to keep him in line because she has military power equivalent to his and a great gift for communication. But an heir in the future, right, when the house needs its next heir to be inquisitive and driven by truth, and its resources to be devoted to planetary exploration or financial investment, right? Malvolus will be unchained, basically.
Mm.
And the house can't go forever being led constantly by warlords with a gift for words,
Mm.
right? The house cannot survive constantly by being led by Ericas. So that's a problem that'll have to be fixed, but it's not one she can fix today. The problem she can fix today is that the tribes have no connection or unity within the Farfel-Fletcher system, right? Erica tried to deal with them in the council, but it was so difficult for them to understand Erica and Erica to understand them because none of the way they live in it, meshes with the Farfel-Fletcher system. Like the chiefs aren't hereditary. They're also not supremely powerful in their tribes, right? There's two people that are. The fact that the tribes are not by allegiance and citizenship, but they're by descendants and blood, means that both Erica and them think they have the same followers. These things are going to become a problem if the tribes are to be equal. So Erica is going to try to use the awe of this moment and the respect of this moment to elevate Mill for her service in saving Johanna and allowing Johanna to complete her mission. She's going to try to elevate her to a high chiefess of the tribes. Basically, she's going to try to, through grandeur, ceremony, and raw power, displace Wind Whisper and permanently install Mill and her descendants as the governor of the tribes to the steward. Right, not trying to displace the mothers of the tribes or the tribes chiefs or anything like that. Because Erica doesn't expect that they would be interested or capable of changing their whole culture and society to fit what Erica expects. But Erica can install someone who understands both worlds as the go-between. And this might be the only chance, because this might be the only day which no one's going to say no. So Erica's, relying on justice and power, she's going to try to usurp this moment to permanently change the way the houses and the tribes interact with each other. to solve one of the two problems she sees her son is having to deal with.
And how do you say this unto Mill Moonshadow? Because she has to accept it as well.
Yeah. Erica will put her hand on the shoulder of Mill and say, Ritter Mill Moonshadow, for your service to the House Beleza, the system of Silvanus, its worlds and moons, peoples and houses, and its tribes, and as the only one among us who walks in two worlds, I am making you and your descendants permanently the high chiefs of the tribes, responsible to steward them and deal with them honestly and forthrightly, and bound in service to the stewards of Silvanus. And in accordance with that, grant you the right to establish a new tribe as not to be bound by one tribe alone, so that you can be honest and forthright with all tribes.
Mill will look stunned for a moment about this. And look over at the other tribes to try to get a sense of how they're receiving this.
You get a sense from them. It's hard to see into the hearts, as it were, or the eyes of the Wind Whispers. They have a different way of them. But the Moonshadows, there's a way of speaking among each other, and there's a certain look of, if this was merely the steward of Silvanus asking this would be refused and resisted. But she is of the fourth house, acknowledged by Silvanus. So, as far as they're concerned, she is true ruler of Silvanus. None else, unless the will of Silvanus says otherwise. And you feel that your will of Silvanus trait, as it were, helps you realize that unless Erica becomes an existential threat to the planet Silvanus and its moons, her family will retain that authority. So as far as they're concerned, Erica already is the highest ranked member of the Silvani. As far as they're concerned, she is a Silvani. Even if she doesn't have blue hair, the crown kind of helps cover that up. They're willing to let that go.
All right. I will. In that case, especially since I get the sense that this is at the very least not opposed to the will of Silvanus, I will bow deeply and say, you honor me.
Erica says in a softer voice, as not to project her voice too far, will say, you think that now, but when I send Johanna to discuss with you which of my cousins you will marry to ensure that this hereditary title does not die out with you, you will feel differently. And Erica will retake the throne to allow the Judge of Change to do her job.
Once you sit, Corvin, everyone starts returning back to their line. Save Lady Seraphina, who approaches, stops short being within the actual audience area.
Does she look like she wishes to speak to me or Johanna?
To you. But she stops short because she hasn't asked for an audience. But there's an obvious body language of I would like to approach you and say something.
Erica will motion her forth in.
Duke Eric gives her a strange look, like it's obvious he doesn't know why she's approaching you.
The two things she asked of me were, one, that Johanna's name wouldn't get dragged through the mud if she failed. What was the other thing she asked of me? It's escaping me. Because I felt like I had to say no on both of the things she wanted. No, one of them I already wanted. The second one I had to say no to, which was I can't remember. It's been a week.
She stops short. And she looks to Johanna and then looks to you. My steward, I would report something to you in private audience. However, I recognize that I am not of your house. So I may suggest that if you do not wish to have such private audience with me, a mere consort, I can pass my message to the Silvanus Johanna Rashid to pass on to you in confidence. It is of a somewhat pertinent matter of which you may wish to address before allowing the Judge of Change into this chamber.
She says you may approach. As if it's important enough that she's breaking protocol, I'm not going to play a game of telephone.
Yeah.
I was about to say, over these many months, Erica has learned that Johanna is generally faithful, but Johanna does have a way of deciding when Erica should know certain things and when she should not, and Erica doesn't always agree that Johanna's a good judge of that. Even if she may have been right in the past.
Now the sisterhood knows best.
She stops short of the dais, and then she gestures, "May I approach?"
Erica's kind of getting annoyed of saying yes and says, "You may approach."
As you're now learning, oh right, there's like a bunch of protocol about how one can approach the steward. She walks right up to you. She leans in close. Galia gives her a look and looks around at the guards and watches very carefully for anything that looks amiss. And Lady Seraphina says, "I am passing along the message that the Mother Superior would have your blood marry into Malvolus. However, whether you wish to announce this or you wish me to forget this, I leave to you. I may be blood of the Bene Gesserit, but you are my steward. Eric trusts you. Theron trusts you. I trust you.
For once in her life, probably, Erica is genuinely happy at the default assumption of patriarchy among the Empire, because it's her that has the son. Right? Erica's probably hated that concept her entire life, but in this moment, it's going to work out to her favor, because it's her son, not her daughter, that has to deal with this. Which means he is well suited to deal with the fallout. Which works out for Erica, because she's never had any capacity to do anything other than what she agreed to. So Erica, again, despite Lady Seraphina constantly offering, says the agreement stands as it was made. There's no need to alter it.
She nods and backs away. With your leave.
You have it.
Turns back. Both Corvin and Eric both give her a look, again, because they don't know what's going on. This is a Bene Gesserit question, and you get the feeling Eric is not phoned in on the Bene Gesserit stuff at all.
So, from what Lady Seraphina is telling me, the Mother Superior wants the marriage between Beleza and Malvolus, but isn't going to select the actual marriage participants. Just that one has to be from that. Alfonso will be the Beleza, but she's not going to choose from House Malvolus.
Yeah, that's something you would figure out, and he would have to figure out.
Then Erica will stand up and say, a second matter has come to my attention which must be handled on this day. Duke Corvin Malvolus and Silvanus Johanna Mershid may approach.
Oh, God.
Duke Corvin he looks surprised, like, wait, I'm being summoned? Oh, okay. And but very quickly, the military mindset, he just snaps his boots together and he walks, turns, walks, stops.
She says, Duke Malvolus, from among the eligible and of appropriate age daughters of your house, you will make introductions to Silvanus Johanna Mershid, who will, from among them, select a bride suitable for Alfonso Beleza.
Joanna manages to keep a straight face, although one eyebrow does quirk.
Erica says, this is my will. This is the will of the Bene Gesserit, who have done nothing but honor and support House Beleza. Is this the will of Malvolus? Because this is not a matter that can be forced.
He stands at attention. This close, you can see him considering something.
Oh, I don't have a momentum to spend for hyper awareness.
I was about to say, this is almost like Erica feels like maybe either the problem that she can't solve today of Malvolus, either she actually can solve it today, or or because of her nature and her agreements, she's going to make this 5 times worse.
I shall follow the esteemed guidance of the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood, and I believe the House Malvolus can, he smiled, prosper in the light of Valeza. And you can see the gleam. There's a certain brutality to him. You can see where there was a consideration of, I can make a go at this later. Because if he marries into you, he can't fight you, really. But his ambition wins over. He may not have the seat, but maybe down the line he can have his blood on that seat. So he is of two minds, and he takes the path that's easier to him.
The Sisterhood appreciates the willing cooperation of House Malvolus and its liege.
He does not turn to look at Johanna at all. He just military attention straight at Erica.
Erica says, I think this matter is resolved and we may attend to the Judge of Change.
Snaps his heels together and makes a curt bow. Does his level best not to look at Johanna at all. Turn back and returns to his place.
Because now he has to think and manipulate and strategize how to get Johanna to pick the person he knows he can control the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has a whole intrigue he has to try to win before it starts now.
And Johanna has to figure out which of those daughters would best suit the Bene Gesserit as a sister.
Yeah, it's not which of them would work best in a marriage with Alfonso. It's which of them can we send off to brainwash for 10 years and then bring back to control Alfonso.
As the doors of the palace of the throne hall open once more, and the Judge of Change is announced, a whole new swing of fate comes to Silvanus and its moons. And indeed, Silvanus, that which dwelled in the world for over 10,000 years. Somehow, the Duke Malvolus has not been tricked into destroying his house or destroying Silvanus. Duke Eric has found a worthy heir, and he was happy to keep the seat warm for someone to amass enough power to keep Malvolus in line and keep the Landsrad somewhat happy. Chief Windwhisper chafes at the idea of a new title being put over him and the tribes, but someone who stood in the presence of Silvanus, surely if anyone knows the will of Silvanus, perhaps High Chief Mill will know. So he kind of is able to pacify himself to that regard. Lady Seraphina and her ambitions are achieved because, again, like I said, her and her mother both just wanted Malvolus not to do the stupid thing and nuke the forest, because that would have been a terrible idea. Though Lady Seraphina did not know why that was until now. And even then, she probably doesn't know the full story. Theron is happy that, on behalf of Arconis, that you did not alienate the Landsrad. You did not devastate Silvanus and its people in war. The only war you had that he's irritated a tiny bit is that you destroyed the cult, because there are subjects that could have been used. But then again, he didn't like the cult to begin with, so he's annoyed, but he'll live with it, sort of thing. And it's not like he had a better idea anyway, so what was he gonna do? As for the Judge of Change, Lady Riva, she is left with a very strange world, a very strange situation. And the question I have is it revealed to the Imperium the truth of Silvanus, or is that kept a secret within among the houses Silvanus?
Joanna would argue against doing so.
But Erica knows the only chance at winning over the Lancerod comes in having the support of one of the great houses, House Atreides, right? And the only way to do that is to be forthright and honest with them. And if I tell them, I've got to tell the Lancerod. Does Johanna have a reason that she counsels against it?
I think that letting it be known suddenly makes us shoot up towards the top 25% or higher of the Emperor's attention list. And all of a sudden we're getting a lot of interference that it's difficult to say no to. And our freedom of action is somewhat constrained, while keeping it a secret as much as possible from the wider universe allows us to, the time at least, to discover exactly what we can achieve working with Silvanus,
Erica
particularly in
does
light of the conflagration.
Yeah, Erica does agree with everything you say. The difference is Erica at the head of the condemned with the support of the War Master and full loyalty from everyone in this room. Erica does not fear the Sardaukar. So she doesn't fear the Emperor's meddling. Right, he can come and he can send spies, and he can have the Harkonnens try to get in and manipulate. But Erica has a great spy master. Erica has undying loyalty from 3 of the houses, the tribes, and somewhat loyalty of Malvolus. I mean, enough that he would probably think for 2 seconds before stabbing Erica in the back. Erica has the condemned. So Erica agrees with Johanna's view, except that Erica doesn't fear the Emperor anymore.
Right, but say that the Emperor, sends a scientist or a group of scientists specifically to, investigate and interrogate this Silvanus entity. So it's not like a military attack. It's not a covert attack. It's just, the Emperor has sent us here to study this under his orders.
That's what I mean. Erica wouldn't be against sending you to shepherd them in such a fashion that basically their trip is pointless. Right? Erica doesn't mind directly interfering with the Emperor's plans, subverting them, because the worst he could do is send the Sardaukar. Unless the Lanzarote as a whole agrees to nuke the houses, which they're not going to do if we have the support of Atreides, he can only use the assets of the Imperial House directly. Erica no longer fears them. So if he said, I'm giving you an order you can't refuse, have these scientists, they're going to look. Erica's going to say, I accept because I cannot refuse. And then she's going to send you to interfere to the point that whatever they do is pointless, right?
Okay. Yeah, I see exactly where Erica's coming from. Joanna just does think that at least keeping it under wraps for a while gives us a bit more room to maneuver and gain our power base. But I mean, ultimately, it's Erica's decision. GM, as a question, I know that like the Bene Gesserit and the clan mothers and everything have this, know that some sort of conflagration is coming. That has to do with the Kwisatz Haderach. Is there any premonitions, for lack of a better word, of a doom hanging over Atreides, or
There is a pall upon which Atreides will suffer an immense tragedy. That's the most you'd probably get.
okay.
Yeah, because unlike us, House Atreides is not quite yet to the point they don't fear the Sardaukar. They're almost there.
Right, but
You're
going
certainly
for-
adding
if-
to the many reasons the Emperor would be thoroughly irritated with Atreides, because Atreides would yet again be getting in the way of House Carino. Using
Right,
the power
right,
of the Landsrat to do it.
So if we go forward with going public, as it were, then Joanna would heavily advocate for not placing too much reliance on House Atreides. That she just feels like all our eggs don't need to be in that particular great house's basket. Some of them can be, but not all of them.
Erica will kind of use the example that none of Erica's rise to power was reliant on any of the other three houses, all of which were more powerful.
Right.
It relied on positioning each of them. Right. So Erica understands the value of not hoping that Atreides will save us, because we never relied on Alaric or Theron to save us.
Right.
So
okay, that works.
yeah, then I guess after coming to some kind of tentative accord, and the fact that Erica is impulsive, yes, all of the information was transmitted. I will say, Erica probably tried to ensure that Atreides knew probably a month before the rest of the Lancelot and the Emperor knew, but only gave Atreides as much time as was reasonable without snubbing the Emperor.
Right. I will say, due to between the fact that you have a great spy master and Duke Leto also has a great spy master, that exchange is done quite easily, shockingly easily. It also helps that you're a just person. It helps that you're an industrious house, which is something that Duke himself, Leto himself, seems to value. You're also a subject of the Great House of Kaz, which he likes at Kaz. He was gonna marry in a Kaz. So, you're of a house that he already likes. You're a subject of a house he already likes anyway. So House Atreides will back you against Carino. Carino will try to make a fuss, but this turns into yet another thing that Carino and Atreides end up arguing on the Landsrat floor. One of many. You become an issue that Carino will try to bring up, and then Atreides will bring up something that Carino did that wasn't smart, or the Harkonnens, or some other matter. So you're on the agenda, but for now, as long as you don't make too many people in the Landsrat mad at you, you're not the first thing on their agenda. There are so many terrible things and wonderful things that happen in the Imperium. You tend to fate you. Hey, but you're on the agenda though, which was new. Because who normally would care about what Beleza's up to?
Also, thinking about it, there's a chance here that although Erica thinks that she solved the problem of the tribes for her descendants, but the problem of Malvolus remains the fact that she's kind of had her hand forced into marrying her family into Malvolus, and also that she's now placed Mill, who does sometimes have an independent streak. She may have actually solved a different problem than she thinks and created a different problem than she thinks.
Future generations will have a complicated intrigue to deal with if Beleza is going to hang on to that throne. So the next question I would ask is, High Chief Mill, what, if any, tribe do you create? Or do you hang on to the Moon Shadows? Although Erica did advise, if not, basically straight up ordered you to change your title to your tribe to form a new one. But what you do, well, that's up to you, really.
That's a good question. Mill probably would make a separate tribe. Only like if for no other reason than to avoid seeming to overly favor the moon shadows.
Right.
It's a stability move more so than anything. Because like otherwise it unbalances the power within the tribes. So, that said, what I would call such a tribe, I am not sure.
You can think about it while Johanna brings you a bunch of holographics to show you eligible bachelors of the Beleza family.
This all of this actually works out very well for Johanna as well, because as she's doing all of this matchmaking and daughter sorting and whatnot, she's going to gather to her the daughters from all of the relevant parties. She's got like ears and eyes in everybody's place at this point. So yeah, from all of the houses, from each of the tribes, to her for training. 10 to 12-year-olds kind of thing. And they are going to form the core of the Bene Silvani.
Huh.
To help support the mission of Silvanus and protect it.
Last thing I'll ask is to Reverend Mother Silvanus Johanna Rashid.
Yep.
You get, with hyper awareness and the T, you get 3 questions if you get 1 momentum.
4.
4. You have 4 questions to ask about the future of Silvanus.
Oh my god. Don't give me anything like that's real hard to narrow down to 4 questions or nothing. Okay, big one. Does the system, does Silvanus avoid getting swallowed by the conflagration of the Kwisatz Haderach?
Since Silvanus lives and all the the 4 houses stand, and the 4th house was crowned, there becomes a unity among the houses unlike anything else in the Imperium. For in all chaos and calamity, Silvanus alone weathers the storm as if it saw it coming. Like it's weathered every other great catastrophe in human history. Of which the conflagration is a disaster unseen since the Butler and Jihad, frankly.
Right. Yeah, the Holy War of Maudib. Frick. Okay, so that's good. That was kind of my major mission throughout the entire thing. Okay, good. That's a win.
I'll note that if any major house had been destroyed, that would have been untrue. You need 4 houses to withstand the storm. If you destroy Silvanus, then Silvanus can't help you weather it. And if Belez is destroyed, then you're still short a house. So you couldn't dive on the sword or anything.
Okay, so that was like Joanna's big question. Anybody else got big questions for Joanna to ask? Got 3.
How long in the future can you see?
Uh, apparently, at least like I don't know how long the jihad went on, but a good while. Like
Yeah, a great many decades of generation of generation. She is
Yeah.
like in time, Johanna will become a mother superior in her own right because of her connection to Silvanus, and with the assistance of the T and Silvanus, the Cymac, her powers of calculation are dwarf what the sisterhood can do. The only person who has this level of foresight would probably be the Quiznos Haderach himself when he comes.
so pretty far.
Does the House of Beleza survive the Empire?
Sure.
Because I guess this can't be Erica asking, right? Because there's no way for Erica to know. But this is me asking whether or not we get wiped out when Leo II breaks the Empire up.
House Beleza is unable to militarily be a great threat to what comes, and is slow to move in any regard to its actions, even with the information you have. The most speed you ever have is in that first year. That first year, you get more done in a single year than any house has done in a while. But eventually, as the weights and grandeur and responsibility of the stewardship weigh upon the house, everything slows down dramatically. And it slows down even more just because you're not unlike the other houses, you're not as well equipped for rapid decisions and rapid movement, aside from key moments in time. That said, you're never caught off guard. That's the saving grace of Beleza. You're never caught confused by the situation. You seem to know things before they do, and it's not just Johanna that does this. Future Belezas have this tendency to gather as much information they can before they move. That's why they move so slow as a house. The family always wants as much information as possible, and then they act. Sometimes impulsivity jumps in, like Erica is renowned for her impulsivity. Although the house reframes it less as impulse and more, among Beleza, she's considered speedy and quick of thought. That's because everyone else is so darn cautious in comparison. But hey, it worked out for her. So, maybe impulsivity almost becomes a virtue of Beleza. So, in certain times, in certain moments, when everyone thinks the Belezas won't move, suddenly Beleza moves. For some reason, the Beleza house will always react at some point. And they usually are reacting. They're very rarely proactive. And when they are proactive, it's devastating. Because the reason they're being proactive is because they've seen a trigger point, shatter point. So they don't win by massive battles or massive intrigue after massive intrigue. They subsist because they know the key moments to strike, and they use those moments to their advantage. The Beleza survives all this. It will constantly be at odds with Malvolus. Malvolus forever considers Beleza a rival, and constantly is bickering with them and constantly struggle with you. And the bloodlines vie for the throne often. But Beleza knows not to get into war with Malvolus, like a straight out shooting war. So it's always able to see what's coming and work around that. Especially since the houses Valerian and Arconis are eager to help. The future Arconis and Valerians are able to jump to Beleza in aid. Not out of hate for Malvolus, but because they trust Beleza more than they do Malvolus. even in times of war, they know that Belezas are willing to act on just and true information rather than the heat of the moment. Although I will say that Duke Leto II and the future Atreides and Muad'Dib house, yeah, you're a pain in their neck constantly, because for some reason you keep outguessing what they're doing. Even though historically your house always appears like you're slow-moving and almost sloth-like in your intrigues and battle, like that's the perception people get. But for some reason you just seem to know when to act, and that irritates them to no end, because they don't know how you're doing that. Well, actually, no, they do know that. They know it's Silvanus and aiding you, and they're not sure how to deal with that other than destroying Silvanus. Except, I'll tell you why Silvanus doesn't get destroyed, because that would be the thing that would kill you way in the future. Nukes don't work on Silvanus, or they won't. If you attempt to fire your nukes at Silvanus and Silvanus detects it, he will detonate them where they stand. So, in those instances where someone goes over the orbit of Silvanus and they try to nuke the planet, it doesn't go very well for the ships that try to do it.
Mill, do you have a big question you want answered?
Sorry, I'm thinking. I suppose the biggest question that I'm not sure if this is a question of the sort that can be answered by your ability, but the biggest question Bill would have would be what opportunities exist to further the causes both of, well, I assume that Erica's going to look after House Beleza, so the cause of the Silvani people.
Is that your question?
Yeah.
I would say that the opportunities, especially since you get elevated to a high chief status, so the Silvani have a pathway to rise from being nascent to minor. So you end up having, so shall we say the House Silvani have a in mill and future generations have a unique trajectory upward. And that largely depends on the allies you make on your way up. Having an ally in House Beleza helps immensely because you know you have the support of your liege house. So the three paths upward are either under Beleza. You wouldn't be able to team up with Mount Volus. That's just not ever going to work out. Any partnership between the tribes and Malvolus will end up with the tribes being taken advantage of. The only other path would probably have to be by allying with Valorian and Arconis to form a power block. If you were to do something that Beleza didn't want to do, but it was to the benefit of the Silvani, then you would need them to support you. You'd need that much support to get one over. Another way to reach out would be to the... 1 second.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. Sneeze at the mic. Another opportunity would be through a better connection with Chome, because now you can have a proper director of Chome as you go up, so you might go that way. The last path would be trying to reach out to Ikaz, basically leapfrogging over Beleza and getting support that way. You wouldn't want to reach out to Atreides, because that introduces a whole new set of problems that they can't be of assistance to you directly, and you can't be of assistance to them. It doesn't really work, because they're an ocean world and that sort of vibe, and you don't share that vibe at all. It isn't until Paul that anything...
Yeah.
And even then, he has his own problems. So there are paths upward for Silvani. You definitely don't want to sit still, because you're in a position... You're now... Up until your reign, the Silvani tribes were largely ignored, but by the rise of Stuart Erica the First, you become part of the Landsrat discussions. So at some point, you need to gather power to... You want to become at least a minor house. You don't want to stay a nascent house.
Yeah. And I don't want to necessarily bypass Beleza, partly because, frankly, I do have divided loyalties, so I'm loyal to both.
Mm-hmm.
From a more Machiavellian standpoint, I know Erica, I know her virtues and vices, and if I were to undermine her, I don't think she'd appreciate it, let's say. So I'm definitely not gonna go behind her back to other houses, but I'm going to look for opportunities to further both houses' causes at the same time.
This won't cost you a question, but I would say on that line, the big thing is how Kareem's investigation into Chome's corruption comes into it. That becomes a big thing, because that's something he champions now that he has support of a major house, or a great house eventually. So
yeah,
that becomes a huge lever of power that you're able to kind of help with, because that's a benefit to you, because that helps your trade as well. When the conflagration happens, it's nice to have a stockpile of spice and Solari well before disaster comes.
absolutely.
So for the final question, now knowing that humanity and the Silvanus systems managed to survive and avoid getting caught by the machinations of Maudib and Leto II, does humanity thrive and prosper and bloom in Silvanus? Do the people of Silvanus not merely survive, like, a lot of people are going to survive these horrors, but does Silvanus become a place where humanity prospers and strengthens?
The form it takes is far different than what it is now in centuries to come, because the Farfetch'd system, as well as it's preserved, doesn't help eventually. The will of Silvanus becomes a lot more prevalent, rather than the Bible. So culturally there's a shift. The cities grow over, trees spread. Agrestis and Salutaris both turn green with turn blue, with Silvani trees. So life becomes wholly unique. To any wandering explorer who comes upon Silvanus, they would see worlds overtaken by woodland. But if they actually went down and looked, they'd find grand cities enmeshed with the forest, with those shadows of what was the Imperium. Duke Leto II and the Jihad and all that becomes you are a besieged system constantly. So its people turn rather practical, rather hard, rather calculating, but never unjust, never cruel. For those aren't values that may be a part of what they are, but that's largely been pushed out. And beyond that, it is hard to say precisely how that future will go. But I will say Silvanus has a far brighter future than most systems of the Imperium. They do far better than most, but they have to change because they get isolated from like everyone else. Once faster than light travel stops, that becomes you're as in much trouble as anyone else. Like you're still isolated.
Good thing we built some farms.
Well, I actually wonder, is there a path forward for Beleza to reemerge at faster than light, because we have what verges on a thinking machine and the ability to build highliners?
And that becomes the big power factor for future Belezas, is how those Belezas will react to, if they do everything right, they can have a mighty army or mighty fleet that can rival Atreides. But it's hard for you to go beyond your own world. That said, that does mean you can connect up parts of the Imperium in ways that, now whether you rebel against Duke Leto II or you try to maintain a sort of demarcation of the known universe, that's a much more complicated problem.
Yeah,
for
it is
future
kind of
generations.
Duke Leto wants people to rebel against him. We want to, in some sense, maintain the connection humanity has. We're willing to be isolated. We don't want to be isolated. So it's weird to rebel against Leto, not for the reason he wants you to rebel, but because that he's trying to make people rebel to break up the Empire.
See, like, here's what I think is, we stockpile the spice and everything, and knowing that the isolation is coming, we self-isolate by getting Silvanus to move the entire system elsewhere, and then we sort of develop on our own until we're ready to recontact the humanity after the bleh. So that's I literally have always kind of had the back of my head, like, I bet Silvanus could, with the right equipment and enough spies, could move this entire system somewhere out of range.
Yeah, this is the battle of supercomputers, essentially, and prescient versus prescient. It's like, well,
Yeah.
you can't stop them from seeing into the future. They can't stop you from seeing in the future. So it becomes even at this very moment, there's this eternal chess game going between the two minds, as it were, that will stretch into millennia, I think. So it's hard to say on that one, but I think it's something you could do. That's the beginning and end of it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that was 2D20 Dune, Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. I will say this is probably the best outcome that could have happened. There were lots of ways this could have gone badly.
We're so cool.
Getting rid of this house, not letting the cult build in power is important. If you dwarfed out the tribes, that would have been very bad, because then no one would be there to help you in the trees. Like, when I had basically a bunch of people attacking in the forest, that would have been a problem. As I said, destroying any of the major houses would have been bad. Losing your house would have been bad. Angering the Landstribe before you're in a position to be okay with them being mad at you would have been bad. So, lots of things could have gone wrong. But I think you guys handled it as best you could have. And you did it within a time limit, which I haven't said on stream, but I will say that I will repeat that they had basically 12 months. If I melt 12, you guys had not figured out what about Silvanus or dealt with it, the Emperor would have. And now you have a much bigger problem to deal with. The final showdown with Silvanus becomes a lot more dicey because now you're not just fighting a bunch of people in orbitals, you're fighting Sardaukar and everything else.
Yeah.
At the end of your year. But you're able to connect with Silvanus before it's too late. The alternative that would have been a good end, but would have been not the best end for me, is if you did destroy Silvanus or convince Silvanus to destroy itself. That is a thing you can do, or could have done. That blunts your path to becoming a great house. You basically ingratiate yourself to the Bene Gesserit or to House Carino to kind of save you from being gobbled up by other great houses. Or some other great house. You'd have to turn away from Akaz, because Akaz is in no position to protect you right now and wouldn't care to. So defeating Silvanus was a way to do it. And worse ends, of course, destruction of your house, destruction, someone getting control of Silvanus before you do, trying to nuke the world without knowing that Silvanus can resist that would have been bad, so I'm glad you didn't do that. Yeah, this is a neat story. I'm glad we went through it. So, any parting words or any further questions before we close up the game? I think we covered a lot of the bases you were all curious about.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really enjoy this take on the 2D20 system. A lot more. I don't know. It seemed to open a lot more potential paths and uses than in some of the other versions I've played.
The way that traits work here, the way this system works totally without the challenge dice has me more interested in thinking that the STA 2E is probably going to turn out pretty good.
Yeah, I really like the way this system makes, like, a lot of systems choose to make combat just so deadly you don't want to do it. This one makes it like so kind of, hard to really muscle your way through that you want to avoid it. Like, if you can basically only do like 2 plus whatever, then sometimes it's like, let me see if I can figure out another way to do this instead of just going into combat. So I like that.
That and combat is still pretty deadly in it if
Fair.
you happen to get hit.
I would have liked to do a duel between two characters that were good at it. We had one duel, and it was between Mill, who was kind of good at it, and an NPC who wasn't very good at it. Having one between like Erica and Malvolus or Pelote and Malvolus, I think would have been much more.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see how that.
Yeah, dueling is the one that boiled my head, and I never really got a handle because we had, like you said, we had the one duel. Everything else was skirmish or warfare or intrigue or espionage.
Yeah. Plus, I think that at that time we didn't realize that in dueling can be a battle roll. So
Yeah.
All
right, I think that will be all for all of you watching. Thank you very much for watching. For those of you who played, thank you very much for playing. And there'll be a different game on Saturdays. What precisely that is, well, we'll figure that out. But keep an eye out on this time slot and here and in the VODs later on. Good one.
And thanks to Corbinian for running.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I didn't pay them to say that.
Oh no, he's discovered our secret.